That's okay. Great. And you have a phone, the microphone, so you start or?
But you have a very good public transportation system.
Dobrý den, slyšíme se.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I would like to welcome you all to the Metropolitan University Prague. We are very glad to welcome you to our event, which is part of our project that we have been developing for a couple of months. The project is called New Courses Focused on Over-Tourism and Accessible Tourism at Metropolitan University Prague. The conference today is focusing on accessible tourism for all and sustainable strategies for recovery. I will be the host of the morning session. My name is Jana Sirotková. I teach accessible tourism here at Metropolitan University Prague. I am also the director of the organization Pestrá, diverse or colorful, which focuses on accessibility in general. Together with me is Mr. Abraham, an associate professor here at Metropolitan University Prague. I declare the event open and I hand over to the rector of Metropolitan University, Mr. Klíma. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the academia, colleagues, students, distinguished guests and translators, welcome to our large international conference. The event is held by the Metropolitan University Prague, together with the University of Stavanger, with the support of the funds of Norway. I would like to welcome the ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway, Viktor Konrad Ronenberg. What will the event be all about? As most of you know from our agenda and from what we heard in the introductory words, this event is focusing on two related topics. First is accessible tourism, that is tourism focusing on people with disabilities. And since we have a large social program called School Without Barriers, focusing especially on students with physical disabilities, many of them are wheelchair users. And this is why the event is held at our university. And this is also why the project is developed here. Our second topic is sustainable destination management. Dr. Sirotkova or Mr. Abraham would be able to explain it better. It's, to put it simply, focusing on over-tourism, that is, the crowded sites and what we can do with that. The outcomes of the international conference, as well as of the entire project that was launched at least a year ago and is supposed to continue further. We would like to open 2 new courses for our students, focusing on these 2 areas. Also, we want to update some of our courses, and we want to publish a paper or a book on this topic. And one of the outcomes of our effort is obviously the event today, where we can all meet. I will not speak for long, because we will have other speakers, experts on the topics. Just very briefly, for those of you who are here for the first time, who I would like to welcome very warmly, including international guests from Norway and other places. I would like to give some basic information about Metropolitan University Prague. This is now our 22nd academic year, and we hold the event in this room because there are the standard courses going on in our other rooms. So the 22nd academic year, over 20 years of existence of our university, over 20,000 graduates, and roughly 3,000 students currently. However, we do not want to focus on quantity. We are one of the highest quality social sciences or humanities focused university in this country. Also thanks to our curriculum and the study program, tourism is the focus of today. The international dimension is very important to us. This encompasses our conference. It also is linked to our English programs such as international business, international relations, Anglophone studies, and other courses we offer. The international dimension is also linked to the exchanges of students and academic staff with over 200 universities all over the world. Before handing over to the director, who will talk about our social program, School Without Barriers, I would like to thank our 4 organizers, Dr. Sirotkova, Mr. Josef Abraham, Associate Professor here at Metropolitan University, Mr. Voshta, who will join us later, and Mr. Janák, who is also here with us. Please raise your hand. Also, a very warm thanks to our colleagues from the University of Stavanger, and special thanks once again to the ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway for joining us and for supporting our international event today. I hope this will be a fruitful event. I believe that the 3 key words, accessible tourism, sustainable tourism, will be put in life here, and I hope you will have an interesting debate today. I I now hand over to the director of Metropolitan University Prague, Dr. Beneš, who will talk about the project School Without Barriers that is developed here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Magnificence, Mr. Rector. Good morning, Your Excellence, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Ronenberg. Good morning, all colleagues from University of Stavanger. I'm trying to remember this from morning today and from yesterday, but I've never been to Norway, so please excuse me. I don't know the names of cities, universities, and I don't have geographical knowledge about Norway, so sorry about this. I was told we have interpreters, and I was told I should speak Czech probably, so I'm trying if this is working. I was told they are working in both directions, Czech English and English Czech. So this is a little bit test. If something doesn't work, for those of you who have headphones, so please tell us, show us that something's not working, and we'll try to manage this. Good morning also colleagues from Metropolitan University Prague. Good morning students. We are glad that you are here. And because I was told I should speak Czech, so I will now try to do my best, and I will switch into Czech language. So thank you, you have your headphones. Já jsem byl požádán paní zakladatelkou.
I have been asked by the founder to say a couple of words about our project School Without Barriers. Metropolitan University Prague for 20 years already has been a school without barriers. I want to be brief, and still I want to explain how it all started at the very beginning when Metropolitan University was a new school 22, 23 years ago. The founder, Mrs. Benešová, who is in the first row, talked to one of our later graduates and colleagues, Petra Fiedlerová. They met in the street and started talking, and Ms. Benešová said, I'm opening a new university. And Petra said, I would like to study, but I'm a wheelchair user and it's difficult for me to get somewhere. 20 years ago in this country, it was not natural for students on wheelchairs to get anywhere where they wanted. At that time, I studied law at the Faculty of Law of Charles University, and we had a colleague who was a wheelchair user. And there was a huge staircase leading to the grand auditorium, and we had to carry him up and down the staircase. And then there was this idea, let us do something to avoid this and to make buildings accessible and barrier-free. This was the initial idea, and we were able to do it. Metropolitan University at that time used 3 buildings, then 2 buildings that are completely barrier-free, accessible, and this is number 1, the key prerequisite for them to access. But that's obviously not the only thing. The students have to study, not just to get into the building. I'm also a teacher here. I'm a lawyer. I teach copyright. I have students who are wheelchair users and students who aren't. And when we started teaching, it was something new for us to have students who were wheelchair users. Now it is something quite normal. It wasn't like that before. And we had to start to think about logistics, for instance. If the students are waiting for an exam, some students can rush in quickly and others ride on a wheelchair to your office. And you have to get accustomed to that. That was a second thing, to teach the teachers that it's something natural. They would have students who are wheelchair users. And one more thing that I realized 2-3 years ago when COVID times began. When I had a student, or had students, and suddenly I didn't have any students in the rooms, everybody was hanging on Microsoft Teams during online courses, And I had these bubbles in my application. Some people would switch on their cameras, others wouldn't. And suddenly I did not know who is who. I just saw the faces of the students and nothing else. And after the exam period, one of the students on Microsoft Teams told me, for the first time in my life, I felt completely equal to the rest of the people, because I'm a wheelchair user and you can't tell, you can't see it. Because the people were hidden behind the cameras. And I realized there was one more thing, not just create conditions for the students, provide barrier-free buildings, and raise awareness among teachers and colleagues about wheelchair users, but also the very fact that you need to make wheelchair users feel as if nothing was happening. And you shouldn't overdo it. You should not make them feel different. This is an important thing. Students nowadays, whether they are wheelchair users or not, are all equal. And I dare say we have been trying to build this notion in the past 20 years. Our program, School Without Barriers, is something natural for this school now, 20 years later. I won't share any figures because we have prepared an exhibition for you. It is called School Without Barriers. Let's come and see what we managed or what we achieved. There are several panels with pictures and texts, and you can see the exhibition during the coffee breaks. We started with barrier-free buildings and with teaching methods, focusing on these students. Also, we provide consultancy in case the students need to borrow a laptop. We also provide special advisors for these students to cover their specific needs. We also put together a sports club within School Without Barrier. And there are more things. I think it will be sufficient if you see our exhibition during the break, because it summarizes everything, what we've achieved. So much about the program we've been developing for 20 years. And the last piece of information from me before handing over to the ambassador. Recently, we launched a new course, Accessible Tourism, and for 20 years we have had courses such as international relations, public administration that are traditional, and we have had tourism for 3 or 4 years. So it's relatively new at our university. When we asked for accreditation, we claimed tourism is tourism, but let's sell another idea, being barrier-free, accessible. So that was a motto for us at the very beginning. And it was quite logical that we would establish a project that would further develop this theme. And the result of it is this event. Thank you once again for coming. Dr. Sirotkova asked me to hand over the microphone directly to the ambassador. I hand over the microphone, and I thank you for coming once again.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Benesh, professors, translators, students, ladies and gentlemen. Tourism is one of the world's largest industries. It encompasses all countries and almost every sector of our society. It generates jobs, brings people together, broadens horizons, and promotes understanding. But tourism may also overuse nature, pollute the environment, exploit people, and further discriminate people with disabilities. It is therefore essential to secure the benefits of tourism while avoiding its negative impacts. To do so is both environmentally necessary, morally right, and economically sound. Norway and the Czech Republic have both much to offer tourists, from beautiful cities and historic buildings to colorful national parks and stunning mountains. And both countries are meeting the same challenges of over-tourism, seasonal concentration, and lack of disability-friendly destinations. As ambassador of Norway to the Czech Republic, I'm very glad to see that the Metropolitan University here in Prague and the University of Stavanger are working together to make tourism more sustainable and more accessible. I'm convinced that the new courses here at the Metropolitan University, which Norway is proud to support through the EEA and Norway grants, will contribute to further development and innovation in the tourism industry. And in that way, help both our countries come closer to each other and being among the world's most responsible and accessible tourist destinations. To reach this goal, we need to include all of society, not least the schools and university, and also make them accessible to everyone. So I wish you a good conference. Děkuji.
Thank you very much. Now I will pass the word to Trude Furines, the head of the Department of Tourism at University of Stavanger, and she will say a few words for the team and for all of us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and we've been looking forward to this day. I am here with a group of colleagues, the four of us from University of Stavanger, representing the Norwegian School of Hotel Management. We are an organization that celebrates its 110 years this year. That means that we've been giving education in hospitality and tourism for quite some years. But the interesting thing is to follow the development and also having, it's very important for us to have projects like this, where also our curriculum is challenged, having discussions with colleagues from the Metropolitan University of Prague has been interesting, and we are really looking forward to this day, sharing important knowledge and building. So I think this project is very important for both partners. It challenged the way we do teaching and the curriculum. So I'm really looking forward to today and also the further collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. A teď bych předala slovo ještě.
Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Docent Josef Abraham. He's going to be the last one as regards the introductory words, and then we will start with the presentations. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the first place, I would like to thank you. Thank you very much for coming, because there are very many of you, and I'm very glad that we can talk about the results of our project. And we will also announce and talk about the new programs that hopefully are going to be of interest to you. I would like to speak about the relationship between tourism and sustainability and accessibility in tourism, and the relation also to our project. As you might have heard, we have existed for a few years, not that many, but we are already recognized as a school which focuses on high quality education. We have very highly qualified teachers at our university, and we also collaborate with many experts and managers from the real business, and we also offer many traineeships in other countries. We have also many partnerships with other schools. And this project, I hope, is kind of of a pioneer project in the field of tourism, because we're the only university in the Czech Republic that offers as bachelor and master's program accessible tourism. We're the only ones who offer such a program. So it is not only about making our school accessible to all people, but we also collaborate with our graduates like Mr. Prager. Then we have many other collaborators from other universities, barrier-free universities. We're going to show you also a short film which illustrates it. But we hope that this program will help you to understand also how this sector has been developing, because this is a sector which has got a very high potential and perspective. It is not only about limited accessibility, it is also about an increasing number of elderly people living in our society. So that's why we hope that also our students will have no problems finding a job on the market. So I think it is also going to help us and our graduates in that sense. I would like to thank everybody from Barrier Free School and Metropolitan University Prague, because with their help we could have developed this program. I would like to give thanks to the founder, Mrs. Benešová. Thank you very much. Also to Kateřina Tomešová, who is responsible for the projects of Barrier Free School. And thank you very much to all our partners in the first place, because without so wonderful partners from the University of Stavanger, we wouldn't have been able to carry out this project. So thank you very much for all your help, and thank you very much also for your financial help. Thank you very much to Norwegian funds, and thank you very much to all of you. I hope that you're going to enjoy today's conference, and if there was anything that you would like to talk about with me, I'm going to be here the whole day long, because this conference is not only for the members of academia and for expert public, it is also for our students, because we need high quality teachers and we also need high quality students. So if there was really anything that would you like to ask, I'm going to be here the whole day long for all of you. Thank you very much.
Konec toho našeho úvodu.
Okay, so much as introductory words. So you have heard how the Metropolitan University of Prague works, what do we do here, and thank you very much also to His Excellency Mr. Ambassador, and thank you very much also for the help of the Norwegian Embassy. Thank you very much for your auspices. I know that some of you will move from this hall somewhere else, because I know that you have also another program related to other activities of this project. So we're going to give you 2-3 minutes so that you can find your place out. And then I will introduce myself, because the first presentation that you will hear is going to be presented by me. So now 2-3 minutes so that the colleagues who need to move out, and then we'll continue. Thank you very much.
Ja, vi måste göra det. Ska vi ha Jan och Josef? Just one picture.
Takže máme přestávku v 11:20. Ne, Michal má bakalář a má MBA.
Tak já řeknu kolega. Tak já už to začnu. Dámy a pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can continue now. We will now have the first talk delivered by Dr. Jana Sirotková and Mr. Michal Prager. I will be the first speaker and Mr. Prager will have the second talk. Good morning once again. It's a great honor for me and perhaps an advantage too to open this event with my talk when I was thinking about how to frame this, I was overwhelmed because there were so many ideas in my head. And I did not want to tire you at the very beginning, because we have many other great talks planned for the morning and afternoon sessions. This is why I decided that when Mr. Abraham introduced me, he said I would deliver an expert talk, perhaps an expert talk, but definitely a hands-on one, a practical one. Together with Mr. Prager, I teach accessible tourism here at Metropolitan University Prague. We were part of the team which founded this course, Accessible Tourism. And since last academic year, the winter semester, the winter term, we have been teaching it here. I would like to also respond to the introductory words by the representatives of the university and by the ambassador of Norway. One of the reasons why we are all here is that Metropolitan University is an accessible school without barriers. Accessible tourism is about people with disabilities, but not only them. Accessible tourism for all does not only cover people with disabilities. It is intended for all people, indiscriminately. Population is aging throughout the world, so accessible tourism really covers not only people with disabilities, although we perhaps focus more on this target group because it's a key social group for which infrastructure and services are limited. It's also the elderly or families with kids. Really, the target groups, or the target group is quite large. It's definitely not limited to people with disabilities. This is what I wanted to specify at the very beginning. As it's also illustrated by this slide, you can see family with kids, someone who is short of sight, a person with a dog that guides them, a wheelchair user, a pregnant woman, and other groups of people. So it is really a cross-cutting approach. What is accessibility? Accessibility is a right. It's one of the fundamental human rights. Also, when you look at it from the perspective of accessible tourism for all, it's also a business opportunity and a competitive advantage. That all stakeholders in tourism include not only people with disabilities, families with kids and the elderly, but the stakeholders also include all the people around them, their families, as well as the other part. Institutions, organizations, companies that provide services or want to provide services, expand the services in a sustainable manner and a responsible manner as well. When I was discussing this with my colleagues from Stavanger University, as regards accessibility, they look at it from the point of view of responsible tourism, responsible business, and from the perspective of service providers. This is what we should mention here. Have any of you ever met a person with disability who had troubles traveling? Or have you ever met or encountered a situation where there was a lack of accessibility? Probably yes. And if not, it's quite probable that as you mature, I don't want to say as you age, in a given moment in your life, you might encounter a situation with reduced accessibility for you. And then you would pay more attention to it when it's your personal situation. However, we want to cover all these things in advance. Education and raising awareness is key to us. We are able to connect the academic and theoretical part with the practical part, and we see that we are at the front of this ship, and we want to move it forward. I said I would like to talk from the practical perspective. What does statistics say? Accessible tourism, as we have said, is not only aimed at people with disabilities. I looked up United Nations statistics and the European Social Council statistics. By the 15th of November 2022, there should be 8 billion people on this planet. That's a huge number. And people who are over 65, in the coming future, in 2022, account for 10% of population. It's quite a lot of people. In 2050, it will be 16%. It will be twice as much as the prediction says than children under 5. You can see yourself from these statistics that the world's population is aging, and accessibility will be more of a topic. And it will definitely not only cover people with disabilities or families with kids. As regards the European Union, currently, if you look at the EU as a whole, we have 446 million people as at the 1st of January 2022, and in our country, the Czech Republic, as at the 30th of June, we had 10,525,739 inhabitants. Czech population, same as the world's population, is aging. If you now focus on people with disabilities, do you have an idea how many such people there are in the Czech Republic? Any guesses? 4 million. That's a huge figure. We are not there yet. It's roughly 13% of the entire population. So 1,300,000 roughly. That's important, and our colleague Michal will be mentioning that. Not all disabilities are visible at first sight. For instance, wheelchair user. There are many disabilities and impairments that you wouldn't notice at first sight in a person. So these are very, very high figures indeed. Throughout the world, there is over 1 billion. There are over 1 billion people with disabilities. I'm now focusing on people with disabilities because this is where the problem is most acute. Roughly 15% of the world's population. And in the European Union, 1 in every 6. That is 80 million. And in 80% of people with disabilities, you wouldn't tell they have a disability. It might be something you do not encounter on a daily basis, but it still plays a huge role in tourism and in accessibility.
When I was thinking about how am I going to describe the results of our project and everything what we've learned in practice, I thought there is something that I would like you to take with you when you leave from here. It is not only about people with disabilities, it is about all of us in different life phases, because you also might have kids, you also might have a baby carriage at some point, you also might need some special instruments at some point of your life. It is also a fundamental human right. This is also very important. It is also important to know that it is also about business opportunities. It is also something that all subjects in tourism should think about. When thinking about the future, we need to make the tourism accessible to all of us. What is also interesting is that it is something that we encounter every single day in practice, but also while carrying out scientific research. We have also a Ministry for Regional Development. This ministry has also elaborated and prepared new strategy for the development of tourism until 2030. And what can you find in this strategy? It says that tourism is one of the instruments of a regional development. It is also a business opportunity and it generates employment. It also says that tourism is a fundamental human right. It talks about safety, sustainability, and other activities have to respect the different needs of women and men. And if you read the strategy, you find only one short paragraph about barrier-free traveling. And now this is a new concept, barrier-free traveling. While we were preparing our courses and subjects, we used the word accessible because it is much broader term. It is not only about people with disabilities. So it is something that usually make people think about physical barriers. It is also about access to communication. It is also about access that is related to many different aspects and elements and activities which can be carried out. And one single paragraph about barrier-free traveling. What we can read here is that this barrier-free tourism is growing and the potential is not being used as we should. And so when we read it, what do we find out? We find out that on one hand we have groups of people who have accessibility rights and they also create demand, and then on the other hand we might think about support from the government, from the country, from the state, which actually make the implementation possible. So it's something like catch-22. We are trying to educate people. We are trying to inform people and our partners, because everything is about partnerships. So we carry out educational campaigns, we educate our students and our partners in order to make sure that the destination management includes also aspects related to accessibility. And we are talking also about competitive advantages. We are talking now about accessible tourism, but don't forget that accessibility and barrier-free tourism from the perspective of services, it is not for everybody, because you might think, okay, I offer accommodation and I am in a historical building, and sometimes you can't really refurbish the building in order to make it accessible to all people. That wouldn't mean that you are not trying to do your best. There are always exceptions, and there are always also rules based on our laws. So there is a legislative framework for all these actions, and then it obviously depends on the business partners, who have to get together and have to think about what can we do in the case that this destination can't be modified in order to make it 100% accessible. What can we do? Can we find another destination which can be 100% accessible? So everything is interconnected, and I don't need to go any further, because my colleagues who will speak after me will also talk about these different aspects. My colleagues from Norway, they have carried out a wonderful research on precisely accessibility. But what is also interesting is that as regards accessibility, we have colleagues here from Czech tourism. Czech tourism as one of the main subjects or agencies for tourism in the Czech Republic, which focuses on tourism. They do have 5 million crowns in their yearly budget in order to increase the accessibility of Czech Republic. And we took part in a meeting last week together with our colleagues from Czech tourism, and we have been listening to all the new activities in this field. So they are trying to coordinate the work of all engaged stakeholders in order to make sure that the Czech Republic and our touristic destinations become more accessible. I'm sure that my colleague will repeat again that Czech Republic has become more accessible than 10 years ago, for example. So accessible tourism for all people. Why, who, and what? I've been trying to answer all of these questions, at least partly. I was talking also about the normative or legislative framework. So from the perspective of people with disabilities, I think it is also very important for students and others, and we always try to talk about the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities when we teach our students, because in different parts of this convention we can read about different rights. For example, paragraph number 9 is very important, and I'm sure that my colleague will mention other paragraphs. And this is something that is still not that visible in the Czech Republic. I think that the UN Convention has not been used sufficiently or on the maximum level possible, because we know that this convention has been ratified by the Czech Republic in 2007. And you might have already heard about Sustainable Development Goals. It was in year 2015. The UN General Assembly approved Sustainable Development Goals. All members of the General Assembly agreed on that all activities of our life have to be modified in a way that everything what we do becomes more sustainable. That is exactly what we mentioned at the beginning, sustainability. That's why we also have all these recovery strategies, really very important also in this post-COVID era. So we have here the auspices of the United Nations, and of course Czech Republic as well has actually agreed that in all 17 fields with all the 100 and something sub-targets will be also important for the Czech Republic. And we have different initiatives here in the Czech Republic which much focus on tourism, and you might have heard about different targets. For example, target number 11, sustainable cities and communities. And we are really trying to do our best that the tourism becomes as sustainable as possible. Also in the framework of our organization, we are trying to fulfill some of these targets related to equity, for example, and so on. So this is a very important framework for all what we do and for all these 185 nations who have ratified this UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we have here the members of the United Nations who are trying to actually fulfill all these targets in all aspects of our life. So it is about accessibility everywhere. Everything is interconnected. And I know that we started 5 minutes later, so I have to look at my watches if I can still talk a bit further. In the real time, in the real life, sometimes what happens is that we have people who offer transport or accommodation services, and they say that for them it is not worth it making their transport modes or accommodation accessible to all people. And accessible tourism focuses really, that's what they think, focuses really only on people with disabilities. And we talked about the numbers, and we know that the target group is really, really large. So the potential here is also very large. But we know that it happens, that people think like that. So that's why we have to communicate and inform. Not everybody can offer 100% barrier-free services, but what are we trying to do? We want to make sure that all stakeholders talk to each other, that they coordinate their activities, and then in the case that for one of them it is not worth it to make all their services 100% barrier-free, that they compensate it somewhere else. So we have to make sure that everybody understands it. It is not only about making somebody something accessible. It is also about using up 100% of the potential in the business as well. So making your services accessible, open your buildings, open your transport modes. You know, it is really about interconnecting people. It is part of the sustainable development, especially now in the post-COVID pandemic era. And we need to restart. We have to restart the whole sector of tourism in a proper way. And what we have to make sure is that this restart is based on this philosophy of accessibility. So I'm gonna end my presentation with this slide, strategy for recovery. And as I've already mentioned, my colleagues from the University of Stavanger will present their results from their research. And what you will listen to during the next presentation will give you much more details about this topic. And I hope that this project is also a proof about how important this cooperation is. It is about mutual cooperation. It is about making sure that also in the future the activities in the Czech Republic in this field, in this sense, will be more developed. I hope that I haven't given you too much information, and now I'm looking forward to all the other presentations which are much more specific and concrete, and I don't want to take away the time from anybody else. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention, for listening to me. Now I'm going to give the floor to the next speaker. And my colleagues have already changed the presentation on the screen. But what I also wanted to say before finishing is that I'm going to be here the whole day long. So if you have any questions, any comments, or if you would want to have more contact detailed information, absolutely not a problem. I'm here. And Michal Prager is the next speaker, and he is going to talk about accessible tourism in practice. So we will talk about his own experiences, because Michal is not only my colleague here at the university. He also has a very diverse travel agency, and he himself during the last few years became a self-advocate. So he sees actually both sides. So he can talk from the perspective of those who can make the difference, who can modify the things, and then also from the perspective of a person with a disability. So now I'm giving the floor to Michal. You have the floor.
Tady neprojedu. Pardon, trošku logistický problém.
We have a logistic issue here. Thank you very much. Thank you for introducing me, and thank you for inviting me to this event. I have been introduced, so I needn't introduce myself. It's always good to come here, because I spent many of my days as a student here. I'm one of the graduates of the Barrier-Free School at Metropolitan University Prague. So it's really like coming back home today. I will be talking about the group of people with disabilities, because as we've heard, it's a large group of people. What is a disability, actually? Who is a person with disability? A friend of mine says that there are people with disabilities and people who have not been diagnosed yet. Obviously, this makes reference to the fact that disability might affect any of us, perhaps later in life. In this country, although things are changing, there is a predominant discourse based on the medical approach. That is, a disability is some sort of disorder that doctors are trying to repair. Is this what makes me disabled? Is the fact that I have some genetic predisposition, an impairment, does that make me disabled? I like to use disability studies that focus on disability from another perspective. And they claim that it's not the functional limitations, but the social consequences that make you disabled. That is, barriers or the inability to arrange for care that you need. For instance, somebody has to wake me up, and somebody has to put me back in bed in the evening in order to enable me to participate at this event. For many years, disability was perceived as something that is at the edge of society. People with disabilities were locked behind doors of special institutions and were not provided access to the general society, to the community. It's great that in the past 33 years this has changed for the better. approach is changing, although this medical perspective still prevails, in my opinion. What's my route? How did I get to the topic of accessible tourism? After secondary school, I never thought of working in tourism or of teaching at university a course in accessible tourism. I never thought I would work in social services. What led me here? My own experience of a common consumer. After secondary school, I tried to lead ordinary life. I tried to use the same transport vehicles as you. I tried to have the same holidays as you have. And I realized that it was impossible, or almost impossible. And I'm the sort of guy that when I don't like something, I try to go and change it. So I started to be involved in activism, although activism is sometimes considered as a four-letter word in this country. At my then job, I got involved in a campaign for accessible public transport, which led to some positive changes in Prague's public transport. Currently, thanks to this campaign, we have a strategy for Prague, which says in 2025 Prague will be completely without barriers. I established Pestra dog assistance service, then Pestra travel agency, that means colorful or diverse, which focused on barrier-free traveling. I was also involved in politics for a while. I will also talk about my barrier-free world, my dream that one day the entire world will be bezba, as we say, that is barrier-free. So that is my way of self-advocacy. Going back to the campaign for accessible public transport, it was supported by many people. And we got a chance to change something in society. And I learned that it is really worth it to speak up. One of the outcomes that we were not able to achieve for a long time is something you can now encounter on Prague metro lines B and A, that there were complications for wheelchair users when using the metro. And just the small difference between the platform and the metro wagon. And for many people, this meant they were not able to use the metro at all, because they were not able to cross this gap. When I was in Barcelona, I saw these ramps. And after 11 years of a lot of work and talking to politicians and advocating for change, we managed to defend these cheap ramps that have saved thousands of people a lot of trouble. And we now have them in Prague, at last. Now, as regards the barriers, it's not just physical barriers, such as staircases. Much more often, it's the barriers in our heads. And this is why, for more than 10 years, we are organizing experience workshops to dissolve these barriers in our minds and to dissolve the constructs we have about people with disabilities. We also train people who work in services, in hotels, in the hospitality industry, or in drugstores, for instance. And we make them understand their customers with disabilities and to go through a similar experience themselves. And based on this, they can better adapt not only the physical environment, but also their services to people with disabilities. And now I'm getting to traveling without barriers. These are pictures taken in Barcelona. It's my dream city, Barcelona. This is what it should look like. A bathroom. It's perhaps difficult to see in the picture, but apart from the fact that when you have a shower, you use a towel, you change your bathrobe, take dry clothes. If you have a disability, it's difficult to do it on a wheelchair. If you take off a wet bathrobe sitting on a wheelchair, you will remain wet. So you need equipped booths to change. And there is even a lift, a hoist in this booth. So you can move from the wheelchair to this bed to change. And using the beach wheelchair, you can get as far as the sea. And this is accessibility for me. What are the obstacles to accessible traveling in the Czech Republic? I tried to point out several issues that are still quite acute. Insufficient transport infrastructure. Or will you try and guess how many barrier-free coaches there are in this Czech Republic to travel longer distances? 3 in total for the entire country, where you have 1.3 million people with disabilities. You have 3 coaches that are barrier-free. Accommodation, facilities. I will go back to that on the next slide, what it could look like. Hotels tend to have 2, in case of better hotels, 7, 8 barrier-free rooms, but definitely only a few. Imagine a group of athletes with disabilities who are involved in power chair, hockey, or other sports that are fashionable nowadays. We have Paralympic Games, for instance. And if they come to Prague, you want to organize an event for these people, you cannot accommodate them anywhere. So you have the entire team. They want to spend time together. They want to fight together to achieve their sports success. And you have to distribute all these people in different hotels in Prague, because no hotel in Prague is able to offer more than a handful of barrier-free rooms. What is a major problem for me is incorrect or misleading information on accessibility. You can use booking servers or booking websites, Booking.com and others, and you can use a filter, a feature. You find accommodation that looks suitable with the pictogram of a wheelchair user, but in practice, when you arrive there, is the room actually really barrier-free for you, or is it barrier-free from the perspective of the hotel management? And unfortunately, I realized that the second option is correct. The interpretation of what it means to have a barrier-free accommodation is quite far from uniform. Often, if you arrive at a hotel that claims to be barrier-free, it's not barrier-free at all. And I cannot move around, and I cannot make use of services as a consumer. Also, failure to respect valid legislation in this country. Since 2001, we have had a decree that was amended in 2009. It's a good piece of legislation, but it's not complied with, and nobody's bothered. Construction authorities approve projects with major errors or deficiencies, So even though we have legislation, it does not work in practice. My colleague Jana has talked about the low motivation of entrepreneurs in tourism. A couple of examples. When two people do the same thing, it's not the same thing. For some people, accessibility means 2 ramps placed on a staircase with a 25% inclination on a wheelchair. You will not be able to climb on this. Some people believe that accessibility means you come to a train, there's a platform, and you simply get in on your wheelchair. This is what it should look like. In the Czech Republic, if you want to use the train, you have to ask for the journey, they have to approve it, and you still are not sure that you will get to the final destination and that you will actually get your barrier-free wagon as requested. When I traveled around Finland or Sweden, I didn't have to ask for a special wagon anywhere. I simply came to the train station, I pushed a button, a platform or a ramp appeared, and I could travel anywhere I pleased. These are examples of good practice from Germany, the Hotel Rheinsberg, a proof that accessible tourism works. This hotel has 110 rooms. All of them are barrier-free. All of them have special beds that are adjustable. If you do not have your own vehicle, the hotel has its vehicle to bring you from the train station. The bar is adapted to wheelchair users in terms of height, so you do not have to sit somewhere low under the bar and look up towards the bartenders. The hotel is sold out throughout the year, so it really works. There is demand for it. 110 twin rooms and several apartments. It's not actually any special location, 90 kilometers away from Berlin. There's a nice lake, that's true, but it's not a top location. You wouldn't say it's a top location. And still, it is very popular with people. In education, I tried to go as far as possible, so I put up a YouTube channel. I shoot videos on how it works elsewhere in the world and how it can work, because Vienna is very much similar to Prague in terms of layout, and still it's much more barrier-free. So I try to share these videos with politicians. I prepare podcasts with people with disabilities who have achieved something in their lives, and they need to have accessible environment for that. We also have some plans for future in terms of technologies, because we always want to be up to date. So what is my message? What do I want to share with you? Let's look for solutions, because there are solutions. Let's not find excuses. In our country, it is still quite frequent, especially if you deal with officials. When I was trying to push these ramps, there were 20 officials sitting in front of me trying to explain why it can't be done. I did not want to listen to people who would be trying to explaining me that it cannot be done, but the one official that would say it is possible, and I achieved that 11 years later. And if we had more capable officials, we could have traveled barrier-free much earlier than that. We can arrive at the destination together, only together. And we have to work to achieve what we want. We have to involve everybody, all the stakeholders. That's the key. That's all from me. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, myself and my colleague are available, and these are our contact details.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that it was very useful to hear all these examples from the practical world, from the everyday life, because although we've said that many things have changed and improved, especially in the last 10 years, it is still not enough. Okay, now, before the break, we also have a few minutes for an QAN session, just in case you had any questions. And as we've already said, you can always approach us individually. You don't need to ask now, but you can. We have a few more minutes, so I'm asking now. Any questions? We can also bring you the microphone so that you can be properly heard. Okay. Okay, there's a question in the third row. Thank you very much. I would like to ask the following. Education. Now when you're teaching your own students, what do they find most shocking? What is the fact that would surprise them most? Or are they also looking for feedback from the practice, or are they already participating in a way, in some way, how to make the world more accessible? Yeah, you were asking about this wow effect. We've been teaching this course for 2 years by now. And I really enjoyed the presentation in the conference on Saturday, because there were also some people from the practice, from the real life labor market. And of course, if you have no experience, then there are many things that simply don't come up to your mind. But people who already work in the sector, they share also their experiences with us. And that's exactly what happened on Saturday, because we talked about really specific and concrete things that can be changed. So I think that my students learn something new every single time. We also take them for a walk to the city. We also make them try the wheelchair so that they can actually see themselves and experience themselves where the barriers are. And we are also trying to make them see how large this target group is. Maybe the greatest aha and wow effect is when some of the students come to us and they say, okay, it is something absolutely usual, absolutely common, but I've never thought of that. It is something that was so clear to me, and I have never ever thought of it like that before. That is something that happens more and more. But I think that it is due to the fact that you always see something from a different perspective. It is not always me teaching in front of the blackboard. It is me and it is Michal, who's the end consumer or the end user. So they receive information from two different perspectives. But for me, the nicest moment comes always when I see that it is something that make my students think, and that then they say, you know, I've never thought of it. This is something new to me. Or that's what I like most. That's what I enjoy most. Two things that I wanted to talk about, because when we were founding this barrier-free school, it was a common project. It was our students together with us, and also the people who were preparing the furniture. And I remember that when we were talking about the clothes hooks, one of my colleagues who was in a wheelchair started to laugh, and he came to me, and I was like, "Why are you laughing?" And then he told me, "Look how high these hooks are." And that's why we simply thought, okay, they have to be somewhere lower. And then the ramp at Jarov, we built this ramp according to the norm, according to the standards. And we thought, okay, we have to try it out. And then they started to laugh again. We had Dalibor Jaroniński, one of the most famous sportsmen from Paralympics, and he said, okay, we can do it, but what about the others? And when the builders saw what they had built there, and they saw the problems, they simply came and modified it on their own costs. When you meet somebody who wants to try to get on the tram, for example, a mother with a baby carriage, and you see how problematic it is for her if the train is not adapted. She can't make it herself if there's nobody to help her. And people on a wheelchair, they can't get in if the train or tram has not been adapted, and they wait and wait and wait for the next barrier-free tram or train. And that's what Michal was trying to say as well. For wheelchair users, it is absolutely necessary to think about the toilets, for example. You have to plan your journey according to the toilets which would be at your disposal. So these are the things that we would normally not think about, but we have to. But as Michal said as well, it is not always about just physical barriers. It is also about, communication, information, education. So it is simply about thinking about people with disability. It is about thinking of people with invisible disabilities. It might be just limited mobility. It might be just a very high age. And these are the things that we should not forget. Then there are people with auditory or visual disability. And we always try, when we have seminars, workshops, or conferences, we always try to invite also people with these auditory, visual, or mobile disabilities in order to make the students or listeners see what it is about, what it means to be mobile on a mechanical wheelchair, or to simply try it out. What does it mean? How is it? How does it feel when you have a canine assistant, or if you can't see? No more questions? Okay. In that case, I would say we make a break. This break should be, if I'm not mistaken, 15 minutes long. Okay, so 15 minutes break. Okay, 15 minutes break. Yeah, we started a bit later, but we're still fine on time. So 15 minutes, and we start 11:35 again.
Dobrý den.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to all of you once again. I can imagine that there are some new participants in this room right now. So if you're new, very warm welcome to you as well. Thank you very much also to all those who have stayed, who were here at the beginning and have decided to stay and hopefully will stay also for the afternoon. After this, the first break, we are now at block number 2, and we will give the floor to our colleagues from the University of Stavanger at the beginning, and then Mr. Kubinec will take the floor, but we will introduce him later. I don't need to say any more to the following presentation because Asa and Olga will speak, so they will present their project themselves. So now the floor is yours, please.
It's very nice to be here and also nice to see so many faces. We appreciate it. My name is Olga Gerald, and I'm together with my colleague Åsa Gran. We are associate professors at the Norwegian School of Hotel Management, which is a part of the University of Stavanger in Norway. And we, in our presentation today, we will summarize 15 to 20 years of research on accessible tourism. And we will also highlight some promising areas for future research as well, and kick some discussions around about what we as academics and practitioners can do to move the field forward. So, Åsa, you will start.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Olga. Ska du sitta? Ja. Eller stå? Då kan du trycka fram en. So, as we've heard so far today, enabling people with disabilities to travel is a very, very essential element of any sustainable or responsible tourism policy among both the public and the private sector. That's no doubts about that. And Jana was giving us a nice introduction today about all the different frameworks that we actually have around us and that we perhaps should also put up in focus more. And the Convention of the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities is really intended as a human rights instrument, and I think that is very important to remember when we talk about this. It's a social development dimension in a way. And it adapts, obviously, a very broad categorization of persons with disabilities, as we also have heard today. Both of you have talked about this. It's not only about one type of disability, which also reaffirms that all persons with all types of disabilities should enjoy all human rights and fundamental freedoms. And this is really what we need to remember when we talk about tourism. Because accessible tourism then, that was really focused on already back in the 1990s when the UNWTO, in its Global Code of Ethics for Tourism, promoted the right of all people to equality in access to the resources of the planet. And they also stated then specifically that tourism for people with disability should be encouraged and facilitated for. And I do dare to stand here today and say that we really haven't followed that in depth or with a high focus on as of today in 2022. Responsible tourism then, and also just to mention, and you all probably know about the Article 30, which is really based on the participation of cultural life, recreation, leisure and sports, and that's where we like to embed tourism as well then. Responsible tourism builds then as well on the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, as we nowadays hear a lot about, which obviously aim to achieve equality among people, protect the planet, as well as ensure prosperity. So,
three main parts here, meaning that this also then involves the consideration of people with disability, and which also necessitates their corresponding integration within tourism development or tourism destination development. And as we also have understood today, these goals, the different goals, constitute in a way a new global social contract between countries, between nations, and where we have the focus on the notion of that no one should be left behind. We don't have to go in depth in the goals, but Jana also mentioned them. We have the number 10, reduced inequalities, for example, which is basically spot on, right? Same as the goal 11, sustainable cities and communities. And therefore, I mean, even before the SDGs, obviously, the accessibility was, of course, of importance. But with focus on tourism, then, it is a very important part of the global sustainable tourism agenda. And it is part of the definition of what responsible tourism really is. And it's about accessible tourism for all, then. So it's easy to say and state what we should do and what we think, or what we think we have to do. The question is, though, where and how can we be helped and pushed forward through research or by the results of the research? And as Olga mentioned in the beginning, now we will go through 20 years of research and actually take a deep depth into this and see what focus has been held on. And then I think it's up to us to go further with that, bring that further for the future. So, Olga, you continue from here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So our presentation, our summary of research on accessible tourism is largely based on these three key papers, review papers that were published recently. The first one is a perspective article published by one of the central scholars in the field, Simon Darcy from University of Technology in Sydney. And then we have two systematic review articles. The bibliometric review, which is a review of around 215 or something papers, and systematic review of qualitative research. It's about around 75, I think, articles summarizing research. So these are our key sources. And what we see from research is that the field has evolved and developed through for the past 20 years, from talking about tourism for people with disabilities to a more accessible tourism for all. And in a huge table summarizing all kinds of approaches to accessible tourism, you don't have to read it or even see what's in the slide, but this is just to show you that there has been many attempts to define what is accessible tourism. And it has gone from, talking about people with disabilities getting access to the destination or travel, to talking more about how tourism is something that all people in all stages of life need to participate in. And one of the central definitions, and I will read it for you, it is written by Dimitris Buhalis and, again, Simon Darcy. They are central figures in this field of research, and they defined accessible tourism as a form of tourism that involves collaborative processes between stakeholders that enables people with access requirements, including mobility, vision, hearing, and cognitive dimensions of access, to function independently and with equity and dignity through the delivery of universally designed tourism products, services, and environments. So this definition adapts a whole life approach where people through their lifespan benefit from accessible tourism provision. When we look at the early stages of research, that, like before 2000, beginning of 2000 maybe, they were in the beginning even dominated by what Michal mentioned in his presentation, by the medical model of disability, which sees, sees people with disabilities from the individual limitations that they have, and that is considered, as just something personal you have to deal with. It's not until that the social model of disability has been introduced that research, tourism research, has started to interest, in this kind of segment. So, but still, in the beginning, it was very much about barriers, getting access to the sites, and also, of course, the importance of accessibility factors and the experiences of people with various kind of impairments. What we now see is a tendency, or there is yet another model that has been introduced by World Health Organization, and it is called the biopsychosocial model. And it takes into account, because the medical and the social models, they still consider functionality, a disability, ability as a kind of a scale or a spectrum. What the biosocial model says is that, well, you have to take into account the interplay between different kinds of factors. The individual, so this is maybe where impairment, individual characteristics, the environment, the physical environment, but also the social environment, people, other people. So the interplay between the contextual factors is becoming more and more important in research now when we talk about accessible tourism. Some central works that has consolidated the field, the early attempts, to look at the travel from this point. Again, it is Dimitris Bouhalis and Simon Darcy with colleagues who have been very, significant figures for this research. If we look at the publications over time, we kind of see three sub-periods in the research. There are early days, very little publications in the beginning. Then we see sort of a tendency towards growing, and since 2018, a real burst in publication and also interest in the topic. And this is interesting. This is shows a keyword spread, keywords with high frequencies across different publications. Again, even here you can see some tendencies. Of course, disability is still a keyword that is attached to most publications on accessible tourism. So you can see the periods, what we can consider early period from 2008, and then in the middle, and sort of the latest one. Disability is still on top, so it is connected to the field. But at the same time, the issues of accessibility and access, constraints, they were very much prevailing, the research in the early stages, and now the field has sort of evolved and moved towards talking about the experience, motivation, and sort of experience economy. Also the destination, how destination can use it as a competitive advantage. Citation bursts, they show tendencies in research. When one particular keyword becomes very popular in publications, you can sort of see that, okay, this is where the field is going. And until, if we look at the period from 2008 until 2020, there were no particular keywords with very strong bursts, suddenly they become popular. The first one was in 2014, it was access. Now, senior tourism, since 2017, again, it reflects our view of accessible tourism as something that is important for people throughout different stages of their life, but also quality of life. You know, it has something to do with, you know, having a good life, being able to participate in tourism activities. When we look at the literature that has published on accessible tourism in relation to other topics or other keywords, so what can we see? And we can see that clearly one particular topic that stands out is in life satisfaction. So when we discuss research on accessible tourism, it has to do something with, you know, life satisfaction and also the experience. Early research, again, interesting, was very much about the accommodation information and the reminiscence bump. They call it reminiscence bump. So good memories, you know, being able to participate in tourism, having that experience, you know, creates happy memories. So that was the early stages of research. Now we are on to more travel-related features. You know, again, this is what maybe Michal mentioned, that even when you go on the website or booking.com and you click and you choose the icon, you know, or whatever, you sort of do all the preparations, but can you be sure that this is what you get? So access, you know, accessibility features and access information about access is still important. Although in research, when we look at it, it's sort of connected to the earlier stages papers. Now look at that. Colors and shapes. We like it. And also something very like an Easter egg here, I'll explain. Okay, so this basically is the network of all the articles from 2008 to 2020. And the colors tell you something about how far back we go. So the blue and the purple is long time ago, and the closer to us, the closer to 2020, the hotter it gets. So warm colors means more or less now, and cold colors means, you know, some years back. So reminiscent bump, happy memories, but also accommodation and information preferences, something that was very sort of spot on for the early stages of accessible tourism research. And now we're up there. Experience economy, travel-related features, how can we accommodate, you know, for people with different needs? This one is interesting. It says something about enhancing learning experience. When I checked the text of the article, it didn't mention it in the text at all. And this is, I will come back to that, because this is something about learning and teaching and learning. And this is something that could be interesting to look into in terms of future studies and future research. Just to show the, you know, where research comes from, topics and institutions. University of Technology in Sydney is on top, basically because Simon Darcy works there, so he has published a lot. But it gives you sort of an idea of who is doing what in the field. I'll just move on. Yeah, some trending research topics over like the maybe past few years. Of course, the impact of information communication technology on accessibility information, on the development of the field is very interesting and trending. We see more and more research on looking into accessibility of websites, different web pages. In our own journal, Scandinavian Journal of Hospitality and Tourism, there is an article published on, from the Nordic perspective, how good are the Nordic sites, Swedish, Norwegian, and Icelandic, I think, to display information in a way that accommodates for people with different impairments. And another trending research topic is, how can accessible tourism be used as a factor of destination competitiveness and also as a part of the development that is going on with, on smart cities and smart destinations, which is again connected to the technology, right? So they are sort of interconnected, these trending ones. Nordic perspective. In the Nordic countries, we have a symposium on tourism and hospitality research that is an annual event. This year it was held in the Finnish town of Porvoo for the 30th time. And I think it's the first time that they actually had a track on something that is called inclusive tourism. And it incorporated 7 papers that looked at both accessibility, so accessible tourism, but also inclusiveness or inclusive tourism. This was really interesting. When we talk about inclusiveness and inclusive tourism, we are more into, including, for example, migrant communities into the, the development of tourism and participating in stakeholder work to provide for, for different products. Online accessibility. And of course, the stakeholder perspective is interesting. Yeah, and this is the sort of the part where we talk about inclusiveness as well. These were the papers presented at the conference. So this is research still ongoing, not published yet, but very interesting to sort of see what is going on, in the Nordic community with regards to this question. And this is interesting because in the papers that I'm sort of reviewing now, there is a slight discussion about whether accessible and inclusive tourism should be used interchangeably. Because inclusive tourism is about, giving marginalized groups access to or sharing the benefits of tourism production and consumption. While accessibility and accessible tourism is focused more on access. So I guess the conclusion from the papers was that we should be really careful not to use those two, interchangeably, because they have an interplay and they complement each other, but they are not quite the same. Okay, let's talk about future perspectives. We have picked 3 promising lines of research from the papers. The first one is, of course, concerned with technology, how technology will affect the development of the field. Second one is segmentation of people, in regards to accessible tourism consumers. And the third one looks at the stakeholder perspective. Actually, we will mention another one, a fourth one, at the end of the presentation, because you know how it is. This comes from the review of research, but during our workshop and our discussions with the project partners, we discovered that, there is a missing link here, so we will come up with another one. Okay, very briefly, what do we want to know about accessible tourism and technology? Well, it would be interesting to have research on how, for instance, use of artificial intelligence will affect the field, how it can be used, what kind of experience it will provide for people participating in accessible tourism, And of course the web design for all kinds of people, and the user experience involvement, maybe involving people with different kinds of impairments and disabilities in developing online products, applications, software, stuff like that. We need much more focused and specialized, nuanced knowledge about who accessible tourism consumers are. Because we cannot sort of treat all people, as one big group. We need to look into factors that affect motivation of different kinds of people with different disabilities, and also from the point of, the biopsychosocial model of disability. So interplay of different factors. The third one is the stakeholder perspective. So both what are the barriers and what are the enablers of stakeholder collaboration when it comes to accessible tourism? Barriers and opportunities. Yeah. Before I go there, fourth line of research that we would like to highlight is the teaching and learning and education. There is not much research done on, on what you guys have done here, on courses, on educating people, and I think actually this is a really interesting area to look into. Educating and learning opportunities, teaching as well. But I don't have a slide about that, sorry. Okay, in terms of research in general, what we need now is census-based, representative, quantitative studies based on large samples so that we can make comparisons between variables. So far, research has been very case study based, which has its natural explanations in that maybe it is difficult to get access to a particular group of people. So it has sort of been traditionally described as difficult to reach audience or informants. But this is what we need. We need quantitative studies to understand the interplay of different factors. And the use of biopsychosocial models, so the combined interacting effect of the individual and social factors on accessibility in tourism. So, what can we as academics and practitioners do? How can we sort of, assist the field to move forward and achieving more accessible and even more inclusive future?
Who knows?
Who knows? You know.
Some ideas if everything were to work. Just Sonja. Tekniken sönder. So obviously, Olga has said a lot about the future research based on what we have been reviewing in those major articles that's out there. However, there are some key drivers that we see that is also being mentioned in here that needs perhaps assistance then from the academic milieu or academic part. And I think it's important also then to remember now that why we are here today. And I think that is to listen, We are here to share, and we're here to learn from each other, which is really, really a very important part. Often academics, they go to conferences and they share academic stuff. We not very often bring in other stakeholders as students or as practitioners. So a good clap for you guys, really, who has put together this. And I think it's actually more important than we might think of. It is important that in order to develop this further, we need to collaborate. And we need to collaborate between and throughout different types of stakeholders, with the industry as well as the academic. The question then is today, I guess, what we can contribute with after this conference in order to act responsibly and safeguard this project's sustainability and long-term needs, long-term effects. We have put up a few parts and a few key drivers. And the first one is about monitoring improvements of accessibility through the different nations. That's part of this. And the thing with this is that there is a lot of frameworks out there. There is a lot of material that can be used throughout the UN nations, for example. And that is also where the SDGs, etc., are based on. But we all use it differently. And I think it's very important that we, in order to approve this, we need to use some similar measures in this case, and perhaps in order to monitor something, we need to monitor similar things, right? So to bring this further, it will be important to look into this, and also, of course, then work further on longitudinal studies in order to be able to monitor things that Olga also mentioned in the previous slide. Data collection, obviously Olga mentioned this also, within special needs, we need comparative studies, right? So we need data collection that includes those segments and those groups and the different parts of it. And again, together with stakeholders, we need to collaborate between these and have data between the different stakeholders. Then, if we look at the inclusive or the diversity leadership, and I've said from UNWTO to collaborations with advocacy organizations, the civil societies, etc., which is very important that we make use of each other's in that sense. And inclusive leadership focuses on the leaders' diversity competence. Okay, at University of Stavanger, at our department, we're educating responsible leaders within the hospitality industry. And what does that mean, really? And how can we say, or where can we say that we do this, and in what manner? So this comes directly falls back to what Olga mentioned that we actually discussed yesterday at the workshop, the education. So where do we start? So we need to start somewhere to educate students, work together with stakeholders and academia, researchers, to really be able to put this forward. And there are obviously different ways to do this, but we need to find out, because what is important is that that the industry as well as us understand, when we work further with this, that we go beyond ticketing boxes. Because when we use material that's out there, when we use frameworks, etc., it's easy to say, well, we tick the boxes, we do this, we do this, we do this. But do we understand in depth why we do this? Okay, so you say, bringing students out in a wheelchair, right? Get it in. If you're going to work in this industry, you might, that's one method to really get to the depth of it and broaden leaders, broaden students that hopefully will get out in our industry and make a change. We need to go beyond that part. We must educate responsible, inclusive leaders from day one. And in that sense, they will gain an increased and high competence in diversity, hopefully, and ethics, right? Because these are obviously goes hand in hand. So a three-part collaboration is something I think it will be very important in the future that we stress and that we aim to do in the future. yeah, and our industry obviously have experienced difficulties, still are experiencing difficulties. Nowadays people say there's too little people in town. So obviously we're experiencing under-tourism in certain areas. But okay, so let's use this time now to really go into depth with those issues and challenges that the industry has been facing or are facing in order to bring this further. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much. Yes, and here you can see our lovely campus that some of the collaborators obviously have been experiences. So yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga Osa. That was awesome. It was fantastic because we talk in general terms at the very start, just to start the conference. Michal had his very own experience-based perspective. And now we get the academia with the research, and surprise, surprise, we are all talking about the same thing, but slightly bit differently, which is great. So thank you so much for that. Does anybody have any questions? Někdo má nějaké dotazy?
Any questions? Any questions? Because we're going to give the floor to the following speaker soon. And I know that we already have a slight delay for the lunch, so we will have to talk about some logistics as well. But any questions now for Olga or Osa? No questions.
I would like to thank the translators. You're doing great. Thank you very much. Your work is much appreciated. So, and thank you for listening, guys.
Výborně. Já bych potřeboval trošku jako i vaše reakce.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will need your feedback. I will need reactions from your side. I know that it is very difficult. I know that it is very difficult to speak after such a wonderful presentation, but in order to make sure that everything will have has sense, we need your reaction, we need your interactivity. In the first place, I would like to give thanks to Metropolitan University Prague, because thanks to them, I can now present a topic which is great fun for me and which I can earn also my living with. And we want to inspire each other mutually. We want to talk about what is happening, and in ideal case, we want to look for common solutions, and that is exactly what a cooperation on academic level, on the level of university, should be about. I know that most of you are students. I know that we have also some guests from other countries.
All the time. But I hope you have a good translation. So thank you very much. Takže já jenom bych chtěl trošku k tomu.
Okay, now as regards to my presentation, I would like to talk about events. What is an event? And I would like to talk about the atmosphere as regards the sustainability. We will talk also about COVID, what was happening during the pandemic. And we will talk obviously also about accessibility, which is the main topic. So what are the events? What is an event? Could anybody of you give me a definition? I know that we have not much space and time, but how could we define an event? Difficult, complicated. What? Yes, do you have an idea? Yes, something, what has happened? Yeah, but look, also the fire of the National Theatre was a great event, yeah? But if we want to communicate, if we want to talk about something, then we have to, in the first place, think about the definition. We have to define the topic that we want to talk about. Okay, it is going to be pretty superficial because we haven't got much time, but nevertheless, if you have any questions after my presentation, then you just ask them or you look for me afterwards. Events. The visual side is very important for us, for those who do events. We also like contact. I will talk very fast, so I wanted to excuse myself and say sorry to the interpreters at this point. So the first pictures, the greatest, biggest event in the Czech Republic this year, this is, for example, the Spanish Hall at the Prague Castle. And I was told that you can hear me properly. That's good. Okay, so let's start with definitions. You definitely know. If you hear the word conference, then we know that it is an event. It can be also an exhibition. It can be a gala dinner, you know, special giving awards ceremony. Most of the pictures that you will see are different events from here, from the Czech Republic, or the launch of a new product, or it can be a press conference. This is, for example, another hall at the Prague Castle, the riding school at the Prague Castle. It can be a theatre spectacle, it can be a sports event, it can be really an event for a large public, or it can be something which is much smaller or private. Why do we organize events? Is there anything specific about the events? Why? Just think about it before I give you an answer, because I will give you an answer. Why do we organize events? Three main reasons, or three main factors. Leisure. We want to entertain ourselves. It doesn't matter how or in which field, but we want to entertain ourselves. We want to educate ourselves, or you want to inform somebody about something. For example, me, myself, today, I'm talking about events. Or you want to sell something. Ideally, if you combine everything and then you communicate, you entertain, you inform, you educate, and at the same time you can also earn money. This is obviously the optimal case. Just interactive. Who plays games? Who plays PC games or games on your mobile device? Just very few of you. Very few. Okay, that was a quick question. These are Prague Champs in O2 Universum Hall in Prague. One of the events that was organized by us. Emotions. It is about emotions that is the most important. We all remember the COVID pandemic. You can do a lot in online, but there are no emotions. There is nothing about contacts. Most of the time, you can't control the masses. For example, now we're in the same hall, and if I would be really boring, then I would see you moving yourself, feeling bored or something. So it is very important what is actually the how you feel. Why the concerts have to be live. They want to have live concerts because they want to see the reaction from the public, because it's something that charges their batteries, and if they can't perform publicly, then they fall into a depression. So it is about creating emotions. Or another fully pragmatic reason, you need money, you have to generate funds. And there are many events like that. Some of them are publicly known, some of them less known, but there are a series of such events which are being organized on a regular basis. All these events can be organized either as a private event, until it is, for example, a state funeral. If you need to organize big crowds of people, then you find out that you need public toilets, you need some mobile barriers for the safety, then you need audiovisual devices in order to make sure that everybody can see you, everybody can hear you, because not everybody can see, can hear. Catering services, you can either do it privately or you can hire an event agency, professional services. So professional services for these mass gatherings. We talk about professional services, event industry. So many definitions. Why do we actually want to define mass gatherings? We had to define them because of WHO, because the crowd has to be controlled also for different reasons, because of the contagious character of the disease. We will come back to the pandemics, but we have carried out a research and we have found out that we have 50,000 people who are actually professionals in this field. We are talking about high turnover before the COVID, and we also hope that it's going to get better again. So here you see different services, and it is not all of them definitely yet, just a series of them. This industry doesn't work only in the Czech Republic, but everywhere in the world. So that's why the study was carried out also in Europe. And we can see, again, very similar numbers. And here are also the numbers from Germany. So this is what actually happens if you translate automatically via Google from German into English, for example. So if you have, for example, event industry in red, you find out that it is the 6th greatest industry sector in Germany, but it's very fragmented. Because, for example, if you talk about the car industry, it is much lower number of subjects, because you have just 3 big car brands. But if you talk about event industry and 50,000 different subjects, then it's obviously much more fragmented. And we have different event agencies and actors, and knowing that, or being conscious of the fact how fragmented this sector is, we have decided to create an association of event actors. So this association should actually think about the standards. How should an event look like? For example, if you work for a public agency, or you want to organize a small concert or a small party, then you actually don't know much about how to do it, yeah? Or what are all the safety standards that have to be fulfilled? Because you want a professional service that makes sure that all standards, safety standards, are being fulfilled. And knowing that many agencies and many subjects don't offer 100% fully safe services, we wanted to create really a list of standards. So that was actually also this reason for us how to create this association. So the business concept was, if we make sure that we get a high percentage on the market, then it will help all of us. You know, if we work together, it is going to be better for all of us. So we want to make the opportunity bigger for all of us instead of fragmenting the market even more. And then the COVID pandemic came. Actually, it was really pretty great before the pandemic, and then the pandemic came. And what happened then? We found out that even though we organize great festivals, then we are not interesting for the Ministry of Culture, even though we organize different sports events. We're not interesting for the Ministry of Sports. We are not interesting for Ministry of Regional Development. We were working for all these ministries, so we were not interesting for any of them by the end of the day. And this has to do with the definition of this industry. Has it ever been defined by anybody? So it is about awareness creating activities. And that's where we come to when we talk about accessibility as well, because they have also the same problem. So we didn't know whom to approach, where to go to ask for support, because we really didn't know anything. We were not interesting enough for anybody. And then the next thing, show us the numbers. We had no numbers. And if you have no numbers, then you're not interesting for the politicians, because they can't find you in their tables. You don't know, or they don't know how many voters you represent. So another topic. So you can't even say the following. If somebody helps you and supports you, then you have to give it back in a way as well. So what happens? Every single event, let's call it a project or a program, and you obviously need some time for the preparation. The bigger the project is, the more time for the preparation you need. Sometimes it is pretty complicated, and then you can be in a situation that you can't even plan anything. You can't plan anything, but you don't know when the next pandemic comes. Looks, we were closed on the 13th of March. Most of the locations were closed, and since then we couldn't do anything. So we had really loads of time in order to find new formats. We started meeting online. For example, this is a prize giving in online interface. But part of the industry is also the hotel industry. And there was nobody there because nobody could travel. They had no guests, so we started asking at the Ministry of Health, what is going to happen when the next pandemic comes? What measures do we have to take? And we received absolutely no answer. So we found out that the politicians are not those who will help us to resolve our problems. We have to go to the politicians and we have to tell them what they have to do and how they have to do it. And we have to speak their language, because if we use our own language, they won't understand us. So we started looking for an identity, how to identify ourselves. And we know that they are very specific as a Czech nation, of course much easier to understand for the Czechs, because you are Czech. We have different limitations for mass gatherings, but we have no limitations for exhibition. Okay, so let's call it an exhibition, or let's call it a funeral, and it is going to be something totally different in the real life. So that's how new business companies were founded. Okay, so we were looking for answers for our questions, and we found out that there are two pillars on which are all events based. So the creative part, thinking, creating something new, and then the tourism side. You need accommodation, you need a mode of transport in order to get it there. And it doesn't matter what kind of events are you talking about, if it's a cultural event or something else. Here, for example, is this Czech city of Český Krumlov with a festival. If there was not this musical event, nobody would come there in this period of year. It is not about those people not wanting to visit Český Krumlov, but they would obviously come there on regular basis if you create an event which could be interesting for them, sports.
When you organize a global sports event, you will have an international audience who will visit your location and also many other locations. So you're creating a whole economic sector or more sports. Nothing against Brno. How will you get a Spanish or Italian person to Brno? You offer a motorcycle race, and there they are. Some of you might have encountered this acronym: meetings, incentives, conventions, and events. Since we hold the presidency now, we have people coming from all over Europe who would otherwise not come. You might even get super premium visitors, sheikhs, for instance. Do you know Bill Gates was here? We are such a large event industry. And now I will criticize my own business, my own people. Over the past 10 years, with the exception of COVID, there was no A category speaker officially. I'm not referring to private events. Speakers such as Bill Gates, Al Gore, Bill Clinton, Elon Musk. That is not so popular nowadays, but you can imagine this sort of names. None of them spoke at a public event in this country. And you have an opportunity to get them here. For instance, for a riding race. For instance, the daughter of Bill Gates is involved in parkour. So these people arrive in your country. A super premium target group you might not be aware of, but you can then work with. And last but not least, and that will be the end of this part of my topic, the services, apart from tourism per se and hospitality industry, these services can be exported, and they are a wonderful export article. During the pandemic, we discovered that foreigners come to hold their conferences in Prague. So it is actually export activity because you get paid in foreign currency. So whatever you organize on our territory is considered as export if it is for international audiences. Nobody wants to adopt any further anti-COVID measures now. What are we fighting with now? People from Asia are not coming because of COVID. Russia and Ukraine, that's clear. War. Indians are not coming because they have other problems. Northern Americans do not fly to Prague, Warsaw or Budapest because we are too close to the conflict. And then you realize that you lose ground for holding international events in Prague. In other words, hotels, although we are all full thanks to the Czech presidency, in the first quarter, if you look at STR, and you should know what this is because you are experts in tourism, you will see that the hotels are empty. They have options, booking options, but nothing confirmed. So we don't know. There is great uncertainty what will happen in the first quarter of next year. Sustainability in events. Do we have a clear definition here, what sustainability is? If you say that you're pushing for something, do we really stand for it? Do we really walk the talk? And if we are standing for it, are we willing to pay for it? Now, very quickly, on these sustainability goals, there are standards underlying all of these goals. One of these standardization organizations is ISO. This is a statistics showing the diverse standards. If you are a production manager for an event, they say you have to have food quality based on HACCP, safety standards based on ISO 27000, and safety standards for what? For the content or where you transmit, or should it be physical security and safety of the people, the audiences? And there are other requirements for capacity, so there might be only a certain number of people attending given the capacity of emergency exits. So there is a number of things. You can either ignore or you have to work with it, and this makes you a professional entity in the field. And if you start working with it, you will see that there are so many of them that it's quite chaotic. What am I pointing at now? We have wonderful indicators of sustainable tourism, sustainable events. However, we shouldn't expect that all these indicators will be fulfilled at all events. Every event has a client behind that. The client should brief the production agency concerning what they want. If you want to hold an accessible event, you have to define accessibility. Should it be accessible to blind people, or should it be accessible to people with reduced mobility? And then you can further split these categories, and Michal will have covered that already. And now I'm getting to a text for the first time. All the things we need have been described. We only need to act. That's the only thing we have to do. We need a strong political leadership. We need to have an agenda so that the agenda is spread amongst people and awareness is raised. If you have someone with disability in your family, you will start perceiving the things in a different manner. And it's the same thing for events. If you look at accessibility during events, and now I will be very brief, and if you're interested in knowing something more, please ask a question. Mutual awareness is important. We know how events can be done. We know we have to provide a ramp if there's a wheelchair user to be using the stage. We know what to do if we have wheelchair users in the audience. But we do not do it automatically. There always has to be information from the client or from the associations, the umbrella associations that represent these communities. Look at Pilsner Urquell organizing a company event. They will know what sort of employees they have. They might have wheelchair users among their employees, and then Pilsner Urquell says, we have 2 wheelchair users and we need this sort of facilities for them. And it's different than if I talk to Pestra, a travel agency, and they say, we want to certify your event for people with reduced mobility, and we would need accessibility for at least 1-2 wheelchair users. This would depend on the standard. So mutual awareness is key here. And now I'm getting to other topics related to accessibility. Obviously, there are a number of specific activities. You have seen the list provided by Olga. Paralympic Games were in the list as well. This is the major event in terms of accessibility. This is a World Championship, or Champions League perhaps, and we can also provide specific events for people with disabilities. What we can do, and I think we are aiming at that with cohesion policies. We want to enhance their experience, for instance, by providing a sign language interpreter at a concert. We can provide this, but this is obviously a solution for a certain group, only for people with a certain disability, obviously not for the blind. But we can provide more things if we have the relevant information that there is a need to be covered. or going back to Pestra and other entities. Very often, businesses have CSR in their activities, and they organize a number of events, whether it's marketing-focused or employee-focused. And we know that there is a number of services. This is a party that I held for my customers in 2014 at Žofín Palace. And we said, let us provide jobs for the blind. And we used blind message services during the event. I have been in this industry for 20 years. But how can I learn about the services that are available in the market? Where can I buy these services? And this is the role of the umbrella organizations, the representative organizations. There is an opportunity in there. Now, perhaps going back to the very first slide, no accessibility measurements are available. And since we are really running out of time, I will be very quick now. We have standards, we have directives, we have strategies. The strategies of 140 pages, there's just one paragraph covering barrier-free tourism. So we have all that we need. And I would like to highlight an initiative here, also supported by the European Parliament. There are 26 topics in it, and the 25th topic is accessibility. When this initiative was launched in order to coordinate activities, and you will remember that we started with the argument that the activities are not coordinated. And when there was an effort to coordinate from the part of the European Commission, and a single entity applied, and that was our association. We want to be involved in European projects. European projects are becoming reflected in Czech legislation, and Czech legislation then enables us to implement projects that we want to implement. If you go the other way around, if you prepare a project and reach out your hand, you have to understand that you are fighting for a larger piece of the same pie. And this is just enhancing competition, but it's not making the pie bigger. We want to make the pie bigger. We want to involve everybody, all the stakeholders, including the umbrella organizations. And we have to devise a manner of measuring accessibility at all events, not only in tourism per se. That's all from me. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Máme dotazy, dámy a pánové.
Any questions?
Máte mikrofon.
Já bych se chtěl jenom zeptat na...
I had a question related to the standards, because you said that if it's a contract for somebody, and if you know that somebody with a disability will participate, then you will adapt the plans. But is there a standard for all events? You also mentioned mobile toilets, because obviously for all concerts or musical festival you will have a mobile toilet. Event industry as such has no standards as such. Either it is something related to the buildings, so if the contractor wants something, then the event agency looks for a respective building which would fulfill the standards. And then, of course, toilets, mobile toilets. You can have mobile toilets, but that's not enough, because if it's going to rain and the soil is not solid, then you need also an access to these mobile toilets. So there should be a supervision, there should be an authority which would make sure that all events at some point are somehow fulfilling the standards. There are some methodologies, there are some standards, but then you have private organizations which organize, for example, music festivals, and it is actually a paradox, but you can organize such events with absolutely no license, with no certificate. I mean, you can organize an event for 80,000 people, and you don't need any specific certification. So it is always about the organizer who sets the rules and the conditions. Okay, no more questions, as I can see. So thank you very much for these wonderful contributions in this block. We would like to invite you for lunch, and we will continue in 30 minutes, approximately in 30 minutes. And just that you know, we don't go to the cafeteria in front of us. You go to the right and then stairs up. On the second floor there is lunch provided for you.
Vítám odpolední.
Very warm welcome to all afternoon speakers. Some of them are already sitting here. Some of them will come a bit later. Let me introduce you to Miroslav Polášek, an expert as regards the destination management. He is a very important personality in the Czech Republic. Some of the students know him already from online presentations from last year, and he will give us the most updated information as regards the situation of tourism in the Czech Republic. Petr Lžičář, you know him very well, responsible for hotel management. And let me also introduce you Chiang Hee, our expert speaker number 1 for this afternoon block, and she will also speak about accessible and sustainable tourism. She will give us this broader international perspective, and at the end Jakub Grešle will give us some more information related to images. So let me say something also. What do I think of when we think of sustainable and accessible tourism? I think that we are talking about two different instruments, because when we talk about accessible tourism, we talk about something that has more social dimension, and sustainable tourism has got more this environmental dimension, and we will go deeper later on. But one more story that I would like to share with you. During the COVID pandemic, I spent most of my time at home. We couldn't go anywhere, and I decided to take the bike. I had a bike at home, and I thought, okay, it is not that easy to go on bike in Prague because there are many hills. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take my bike to the metro station. I will go somewhere by metro, then get off, and then I will go on a bike and then come back. Have you ever tried to take a bike on the metro? Yeah. I mean, nowadays it is already possible. But I have to tell you one thing. I have tried to go on a bike in different European cities, and I have to tell you, in every metro station there is a big, really big, spacious elevator. It is not the case of Prague. It has to do something with historical development, because obviously the metro comes from the era of communism. So at the beginning there were absolutely no lifts anywhere. And to metro station IP Pavlova in Prague, there you have to take 2 elevators, not just one. And then you get off 4 buildings further away, and you appear at the most frequented road, which you can't possibly use for a bike. And then I thought, this is exactly what people understand under accessible tourism. I mean, how do they actually think of it? How do they imagine it? And secondly, I use the elevator at Museum metro station. On one side from the Museum station it is fine, but on the other side is the elevator so small that I really absolutely did not manage. I mean, I did manage at the end, but I broke one of the lights on my bike, and then I actually appeared somewhere totally else than I thought. So this aspect of an accessible but at the same time sustainable tourism is absolutely essential, and it is also essential for architects, for builders. People who are actually responsible for the construction in the city should take these aspects into account. So that was something that I wanted to say, and now I would like to introduce the first panelist, Chiang Hee. You have the floor.
Yes. Okay, first I would like to say thank you to coming to the workshop, conference, or presentation. And I will present a research that I have done together with my colleague, Olga. She has presented another research on accessible tourism this morning. This topic is a little bit different with accessible tourism, but of course, accessible tourism is one part of the destination management. So I will focus a little more on the over-tourism issue. And I would like to, I think it's very interesting actually to listen to the other presentations, to learn from each other, because I think the last presentation before the lunch, Yang has one slide talking about the respect, the social, cultural authenticity of host communities and conserve their built and living cultural heritage. So this is exactly very close to what I will present in this presentation. First, I would say something about how we come up with these research topics. So before the COVID-19, before the 2019, so there was a big discussion about over-tourism across the different countries, because there are large number of tourists coming to the popular destinations in the world, especially in Europe, or like Italy or in France. And associated with this, like the large mass tourists, so there is also the problem of the negative effects. There are lots of discussion about the destruction of environment and the conflicts between the local people and the tourists, and the traffic jams, and so on and so forth. Someone might think this is out of date today that we discuss about over-tourism. We should talk about like the under-tourism and how to recover tourism, right? Because as the number, if we look at statistics, the United Nations World Travel Organization, they published data say that between January and July this year, the growth of the international tourists is 170% compared to the last year. So it's good, right? But it's not fully recovered. So the number is still like 40% lower than the normal time before, like in 2019. So it's covering, but it still like needs more time to be fully recovery. But as I think Yana has mentioned, this is a good time for us, right, for society to think about how to recover. Should we recover the tourism as usual, the same as before? Or should we really think about, okay, we should recover the tourism, the industry with a new norm? We should think about reform tourism to be more ethical, responsible, and sustainable. This was written in the United Nations World Travel Organization's strategy. This was also written in the Norwegian National Strategy for 2020. Now, I guess this has been written in many of the, maybe the tourism development strategies in many nations. And I have heard a lot of discussion also in the industries, at least in Norway. So cultural heritage. Cultural heritage is, I think, is not one of the most attractive, maybe the most attractive destinations, right? Or the tourism activities in the many parts of Europe. This has attracted a large number of tourists. But at the same time, there is a substantial problem of overcrowding before the COVID-19. So like TripAdvisor has reported that the main tourist attractions in Europe, they have suffered from long curves with a waiting time between 1 and 2.5 hours. Just drive very slowly, or you have to wait, right, come to the destination. And there are also a lot of discussions in the social media or in the national newspapers about the conflicts between tourists and with the local people, particularly like in the Barcelona and your dreaming city, right? And has lots of tourists, and Venezia. So, together with these phenomena, the problems, of course, there are lots of researchers on highlights the problem of tourism or over-tourism in these cultural heritage sites. But most of research case studies done, for example, in Spain, in Belgium, in Italy, so those most attractive destinations for many European and international tourists. And this is good, right, to report, to discuss the program, but at the same time, there is some limitation. Because if you use this is one small case study done in one a spot, and then the other case study in the other spot, and it has been done in different time periods. But things change very fast, right? So there are a lack of research, we say, that can be more comparative and using maybe large data to generate a common problem or common conclusions in the Europe. And there are even few studies investigate the over-tourism from the perspective of local residents. Over-tourism, I talked quite much about destination management, talk a lot about the problems created by tourists, but how about the perception? The perception of local people, what they think about. And the local people is quite diverse. Maybe I'm Chinese. I'm living in Norway for 20 years. So when the Norwegian newspaper say something about over-tourism, there are so many people there in Preikestolen, then I will say, it's really too many people? Because we get, right, as Chinese, I get used to the number. Always maybe a certain, a large number in one. This is not over-tourism in my perspective. That might be similar, right? So it depends on the cultural, social, economic, or family size, a lot of factors that can affect your perspective. And there is, even less studies, right? So investigate what kind of factors will affect our perception. As I mentioned, there is something about cultural background, something about the income, something about your involvement in the activities. If you work there, think about if you work in a concern and so on. So I will not take time to explain because I have explained actually. The data, so we have used the European survey data in 2017 on the attitude for cultural heritage. It's covered 28 European Union countries and 2 other European non-members, and have the sample size 28,000, 28,000 residents. They have participated in this survey. And I want to provide some data for the key variables. This one is about Europeans' perception of over-tourism. Look at your country or the country, right? Jack. It's 43% people think this is a problem. And 57% think this is not. So this is a little bit higher than the average. The average in European countries is 40%. So one thing is, this is not correct to say that everyone or many, the majority think this is a problem. No, this is less than half. And then we want to look at the European values. So value, say, is important to affect your perception. And I have listed the numbers. And look at our country, or the Czech is 6%. So maybe you, value the European value, but not that much as those in Spain or in Portugal or Italy. And these 2 slides. And the left side, that one is to measure if people think this is the cultural heritage is for Europeans or for the tourists outside of Europe. So you can say many or more than half think, no, this is not for people from outside of Europe, like from Asia. This is more for European citizens or European tourists. But almost everyone many agree this creates job. Tourist industry is important in terms of creating job. I will skip this, just want to show I'm doing serious research. I'm not create numbers by myself. And I will conclude. We see that the cultural and the value protectionism, they will increase the over-tourism concern. That means if you are more think about this is Europeans. This belongs to Europe. This is our value. So you are more negative to tourism. You would more likely to say, no, we should control the number of tourists. And whether you are open or not open, particularly, this does not matter. And involvement, yes, it's important. Those who donate money and would like to preserve the cultural heritage, and they are negative. Those, they have job there, they have the traditional, like crafts or skills in these activities, they are positive. And environment, yes. When you care about environment or environmental concern, it have a direct link to also to the cultural heritage over tourism problem. So being pessimistic or not pessimistic is not that important. Yes, so that's all. Thank you.
Děkujeme, Hinchi.
Thank you, Hinchi. Now is the time for your questions concerning over-tourism, cultural heritage, or the figures that we have heard. As regards the tables, we tend to be at the lower positions. Also in terms of development of over-tourism, although I believe the situation is now more advanced, you can look at sustainable tourism and cultural heritage in conjunction as well. Are there any questions now? There are no questions? Perhaps you might think of something towards the end of the afternoon session. In case you have more questions, please ask them later on. Now I will hand over to the next speaker, Petr Žičař. We will now go back to accessible tourism in hotel management. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to welcome our guests from Norway, obviously our students too, including my own students, who I will see tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I have been asked to talk about post-COVID situation. I was listening to the previous speaker. Now I jokingly would say I would give a lot for over-tourism between January and March of this year. if this enabled us to go back to the figures that were quite commonplace 2 years ago. Obviously, this is said in a joking manner. I am part of an independent network of hotels in Prague, and I have seen what over-tourism can do. And what level of quality Prague can offer. It was not a very nice sight because the level of customers was not very high. We exchanged quality for quantity. Then COVID came and it changed everything. What is important? I wanted to ask the audience, who of you thinks that it's post-COVID now? Post-COVID time. If you think it is post-COVID, what led you to this conclusion? Because the title does not seem appropriate or relevant. COVID still exists. In many countries and cities, there are higher figures than during the first series of waves and infections. Just the approach of people has changed. And same as with over-tourism, with COVID and other things in life and in the world. We should look for some balance and use common sense if possible. That would be based on statistical data. I wanted to share some statistical data with you. I would need the multi-segment view. This is an STR report. I hope you are aware of that. This is renowned data that is provided by the Association of Hotels and Restaurants of the Czech Republic, and it's split into individual cities. We have the most recent data for August. Now we should be getting data for September. If you look at it, you will see there is a significant increase in occupancy. 71.2 for Prague and 44.2 in 2021. Everything seems nice. Also, the average price, huge increases, same as a year today, where 92 is the average price, 61 euro. If you look at the cities, you will see one fascinating thing. Obviously, I do not know what the Norwegian hospitality market looks like, but historically, Prague has been perceived as a destination for leisure. And this has done a lot of harm to it in terms of the incoming clientele. Historically, there has not been so much, haven't been so many suitable venues for organizing huge events, but thanks to such people as Nora Dolanska, this has changed. Even if you look at this, the average price is quite low if compared to other major European cities. My colleagues will not like me for saying that, but I believe that hotel managers are not able to fully use the potential of this city. We simply are not able to sell it rightly. There have been regimes historically that have affected many generations in terms of mindset and other criteria. Look at Paris, look at the average prices in Paris or Berlin. When I started working for Marriott, Berlin had worse figures for average price and occupancy. Still, the Germans have been able to convert it into a very attractive destination. And we are very lucky that Prague is such a beautiful city. I have told that to the students already. Still, historically, on a long-term basis, we rank with Budapest and Warsaw in Eastern Europe for many. And we keep this mindset and we are not able to get out of it. I hope the new generation will repair what we failed in. The slide is quite positive. It seems we are constantly growing. Could I have the second table? I have prepared a comparison here. This is the same comparison of 2019 and 2022. There is one thing that I do not understand, 45% increase in Paris if compared to 2019. Apparently it was not a good year there. Still, this is a dramatic increase. As for the other destinations, they are losing. Prague almost 16%, Vienna 14%, Budapest 13%, Bratislava 60%, Munich 40%. And these are only data for August. If you look at year to date, from January to August, look at where we are losing, and do not look at the occupancy and average price. I think there is no post-COVID time. There is some sort of an interim period, obviously affected by the conflict in Ukraine. I would not call this post-COVID, independently whether it is or not post-COVID, because we do not know how markets will evolve. Also, increases in energy prices, lack of labor force are factors that affect this. I've been in the business for over 25 years, and these have been the worst 3 years I have experienced. I am now 15 years older, and I haven't experienced anything as difficult with my management team these past 3 years. How this will evolve, I do not know. It all also depends on our understanding and accepting risk. Obviously, same as with COVID, the first reaction was shock. Whether it was adequate or not, I cannot tell. All people might have their own perspectives. However, tourism is very much dependent on whether the society is flourishing or not, and whether the people are willing to invest money into this. It also reflects how society is doing politically and economically. This time period is perhaps not worse than previous time periods, but we are encountering something that we have not experienced yet. Although the previous generations that went through the First and Second World War, hotel managers at that time might have had even worse times than nowadays. We think that it is immensely difficult now, and perhaps if compared to the past, it is not so. So let us always try to find another perspective and what is called the big picture to determine whether the situation is critical or not.
Co jsem ještě k tomu chtěl dodat, samozřejmě, co je dlouhodobější problém a trend, tak cestovní ruch nebo hotelnictví jako takové ztratilo a dlouhodobě už ztrácelo kredit pro lidi, kteří by v oboru chtěli pracovat. Bohužel už to není tak populární, už to není prestižní záležitostí, jako byla, když já jsem vlastně v oboru začínal. A stal se z toho neatraktivní obor. Už před covidem a teď ještě navíc víc, kdy samozřejmě lidé uvědomili si, jaká nejistota v tom je. Ale já v cestovní ruch věřím, protože je to naší součástí a poznání světa kolem, různých kultur všeho okolo. My musíme jako lidé být stále v pohybu a stále něco objevovat. A samozřejmě cestovní ruch je od toho. To není ani tak, já ho nevnímám jako průmysl, já cestovní ruch vnímám jako součást našeho života, přirozeného objevování sebe sama, krajiny, a do toho samozřejmě i patří města a vše kolem, čeho jsme schopni dosáhnout. Takže myslím si, že post-covid neexistuje, záleží na nás jako na společnosti ve chvíli, kdy se samozřejmě zase změní čísla, nebo co se bude ve světě dál dít a jaké budou následující měsíce, jak budeme žít. A my svým názorem vlastně dokážeme ovlivnit i vývoj v cestovním ruchu. Buď pozitivním, nebo negativním dojmem. Tak, to je za mě zhruba všechno. Já děkuji za pozornost a pokud máte otázky, jsem s nimi.
Teď, ano, děkujeme panu kolegovi Lžičařovi. Připravte si prosím otázky, protože si myslím, že tady bylo nastolena řada takových poměrně velice kritických momentů, o kterých je docela dobré hovořit. Myslím si, že otázka investice do cestovního ruchu je jedna ze zásadních věcí, která je. A když si studenti, které tady máme z cestovního ruchu, vzpomenete na guru marketingu, na pana Kotlera, tak v oblasti nebo v době, kdy má být jaksi krizové období, a to se týká cestovního ruchu, myslím, v současné době, tak on naopak zdůrazňuje, že v době krize máte přidávat investice, ne šetřit na investicích. Naopak v té době je potřeba přidat, protože to se vlastně odrazí v tom postkritickém období. Takže to je, myslím, jedna z myšlenek, kterou tady pan kolega Lžičař velmi dobře objasnil. No a otázka zaměstnanosti, to je otázka současnosti velmi aktuální, si myslím, hotely nemají zaměstnance, restaurace nemají zaměstnance, řeší se to různými způsoby, takže i tohle je, myslím, otázka do pranice. Takže ano, vaše dotazy.
Já ještě doplním Noru. Ona je otázka, jestli zdali je to dobře nebo špatně. Jestli je dobře, že nejsou zaměstnanci, jestli restaurace, když zavírají, co to znamená. Já to beru jako faktum. Já samozřejmě, jak jsem v kontaktu se svými kolegy, tak jsme se bavili i vlastně se jménem, s kterým se vy setkáváte v televizi s Zdeňkem Polreichem a my jsme se o tom bavili, protože on má nějaké nové projekty a ve své podstatě on mi říká, ale to je česká anomálie. Nikde ve světě, protože on působil i myslím, že ve Švýcarsku měl restauraci, nebylo nikde tolik restaurací, jako je tady v Praze. A nikde se nestávalo, že lidé chodili denně do těch restaurací. Takže ona je otázka, jestli se vracíme jako k normálu, ale já za sebe vám můžu říct, já věřím v jednu jedinou věc, v trh. Trh sám nastaví podmínky, pokud ho necháme, tak vyřeší všechny tyhle ty problémy. A samozřejmě je tam spousta osudů, i pro mě to je velký problém, když nemůžeme sehnat lidi, ale trh sám nastaví podle poptávky a nabídky, co si může dovolit. Ve chvíli, kdy ho začneme ohybat, viz třeba případ, na to nemůže být nikdo připraven, jako byl Airbnb, který měl absolutně neadekvátní podmínky versus hotelům, tak samozřejmě potom se na to musí nějakým způsobem reagovat. Já jsem chtěl říct ještě jednu věc k těm číslům, na to jsem zapomněl. Proč není postcovidová doba ještě? Vůbec nejezdí Asie, nebo minimálně. Stále v Ázii, v Číně, tak já nevím, jestli já těch informací tolik nemám, nebo nemám přesné, možná jako tady moje kolegyně, ale náš trh, nebo naše trhy se skládají čistě jenom z evropských trhů a z Ameriky, která ale jezdí vlastně o třeba 60% méně, než jezdila, protože ještě navíc končí teďko série a jdeme do zimní sezóny. A do toho samozřejmě chybí Asie a do toho dále chybí ruská klientela, která dlouho nebude, která dělala třeba 12% pro nás. Takže tady já postcovidovou dobu nevnímám, já vnímám složitější období. Asi tak bych to nazval. Jo.
Nikdo nemá otázku na pana kolegu? Taková slova do pranice. Ano, paní... Ano. Jestli v době covidu bylo špatně.
Ne, co bylo špatně v době covidu? Co bylo špatně? Náš obor neexistoval. V době covidu všechno bylo špatně. Všechno bylo špatně. Neříkám, že vláda udělala něco špatně, anebo že nebyl důvod. Já nedokážu to hodnotit. Ale víte, svoboda a riziko, myslím si, že spočívá v možnosti volby. A lidé v cestovním ruchu volbu neměli. Prostě bylo nařízeno, že se zavřeme a to se opakovalo třeba 4krát. Neříkám, že bych udělal něco jinak, protože tenkrát to byla nová věc, nikdo nevěděl vlastně, co od toho očekávat. A nicméně teď jsme ponaučeni a teď pochybuju, že by se nějaký lockdown kdy dělal. Jo? A když se podíváme potom, a to tady nechci rozebírat na statistiky, kolik lidí nebo i studentů, o kolik přišli prostě času, hodnoty, já si myslím, že tu hodnotu to nemělo. Ani jeden lockdown neměl hodnotu toho, co se stalo. A nicméně nebyli jsme schopni to ovlivnit a pro mě, my jsme třeba 3x, 4x propustili zaměstnance. Dostali jsme dotace, ano, ale dostali jsme třeba 20%. Na tu firmu, toho majitele to stálo, dejme tomu každý měsíc 20 milionů, který musel vyndat, aby přežil. Kdyby ty peníze neměl, tak zbankrotuje. Stát pomohl, samozřejmě chápu, že stát nemůže pomoci všem, nemůže pomoci v plné míře, ale já jsem poprvé za tu dobu, protože já jsem z generace takzvaných Husákových dětí, já jsem narozený v roce 76 a já jsem poprvé po té době, po době životě ztratil pocit svobody. Absolutně. Nemohl jsem těm lidem pomoci, nemohl jsem pomoci ani sám sobě a nejhorší, co jsem zažil prostě. Jo. Takže a neměl jsem možnost volby. Nebyla možnost volby. Jo. Takže velmi těžký. Znova jsme přijímali zaměstnance, pak jsme zase po 2 měsících znova propouštěli a tak dále. A teď, dneska, když se podíváte na čísla, tak dneska bylo třeba nakažených, to ještě uvádějí, což je 2000, to bylo tenkrát, tak jsme na 2 měsíce zavřený. Čísla stejná, reakce jiná, takže proto říkám studentům, co znamená post-covid, co znamená, jo. Takže naučit se žít s rizikem je přirozenost lidského bytí a nemůžeme hledat všude jistotu, protože žádná není. Neměla by být, ale my ji očekáváme, to je celé.
Výborně, moc krát děkujem. Jsou nějaké další dotazy, prosím? Ano, paní kolegyně.
Já to zopakuju, tu otázku, jestli kolik lidí se vrátilo po tom, co jsme je propustili. Problém byl, oni se vrátili poprvé, oni se vrátili po druhé. My tu firmu máme, a to je složitější, to asi na to není tolik času, my se opravdu těm my ani neříkáme, že máme zaměstnance, protože já jsem dlouhou dobu byl v korporaci. Korporace je takový zvláštní subjekt, díky ní mě naučil všechno, co znám, potkal jsem skvělé lidi, ale hodnota kolegy tam není moc velká, je to spíš taková politika, z mého úhlu pohledu, neříkám, že to tak je. A já jsem se z tohoto chtěl ponaučit a tu firmu jsem vybudoval tak, aby opravdu jsme se zajímali skutečně o jednotlivé osudy a lidi, pokud je něco trápí, tak aby jsme to s nima řešili. A to se nám vrátilo tím, že ta lojalita těch zaměstnanců je a byla velká. Přesto však, když musíte se s někým 3x, 4x rozloučit, protože na to prostě nemáte peníze, tak ten člověk ne, že by vás neměl rád, nebo že by chtěl odejít, ale on si najde prostě jinou alternativu. Co se potom stalo? Ti lidé, kteří odešli třeba do Amazonu, do různých jiných firm, do restaurací a ta situace se ustálila, tak třeba se za půl roku vrátili zpátky, nebo za 4 měsíce, kdy už věděli, že se tohleto nemůže opakovat. Ale samozřejmě ztratili jsme 20 až 30% našich kmenových zaměstnanců, které jsme měli a už jsme nebyli schopni nahradit, protože spousta z nich si našla dobré zaměstnání, dobré společnosti, dobré firmy a jsou spokojeni a do cestovního ruchu se prostě nikdy nevrátí. Takových rozhovorů a schůzek já jsem měl hodně a já jim rozumím, protože oni mají taky svůj osud, mají svoje zodpovědnosti, svoje povinnosti a pokud vy najdete něco někde jinde, kde je stejně dobré nebo lepší, lepší, tak nemáte důvod se vracet. Ale to se nestalo jenom v našem případě, ale tím utrpěli všichni z nás. Jo, všechny ty podniky. Restaurace, hotely, cestovní kanceláře a tak dále, tak dále. Takže všichni ty hráči, no. Jo.
Další dotaz, je-li ještě nějaký další?
We unfortunately can't hear the question because the speaker doesn't speak to a microphone.
Já vrátit.
Okay, I'm going to repeat your question because we want to make sure that everybody understood. So, how long? What do I think? What is my opinion as regards how long will this situation last? It won't end. I just think that we should forget the COVID. Just accept the fact that the life is full of risks, because anything can happen. And look, this is the destiny. This is our life. I mean, we won't be here forever. Everything has a start, and everything ends at some point in your life. And when I talk to my students, I ask them, "What do you understand under hospitality?" They usually say, okay, a hotel, a good bed, a nice bathroom. No, but I'm talking about experiences, about experience. Why do people actually travel? I can't tell you when will this end up, because this is not related to COVID anymore, because COVID is not interesting anymore, because now the media has found a more interesting, or let's say more serious topic than COVID was. And this will be the topic that we will be talking about mostly. It is not only about Asia, it is also about South Americans. South Americans are not coming to Europe either, because they think that there's a huge conflict on the whole European continent. So that's why we have no more tourists from Argentina, no more tourists from Brazil, because they don't want to come to Europe. So they prefer to travel somewhere else, to North America or anywhere else except from Europe. So we really have to get back down to earth and think about how we're going to proceed and what's going to happen next.
Perhaps one more detail, not just South America, but also North America. North America was not bad. During the summer, there were quite a few visitors from North America. Still, if you compare it with the previous figures, there is a decrease. At the beginning, there were some concerns caused by the conflict. Tourists from the US go on the large European tours. We had a large conference of US travel agencies, and they came here to see whether there was war here or not. They were not looking for new markets, they were looking for places that would substitute Russia. But all of them thought we were in a war conflict. 300 kilometers east or west is no distance for them. They believed there was war here. And this is why they were reluctant to come.
I think we are talking about very interesting. I think it's very good that you have pointed out COVID-19 might be not that interesting currently. News stories about war, inflation. Have you think about inflation? And you say we should get to the earth and think about the European market. I totally agree. But then how about the European market? How about the inflation, the economic situation, and the pessimistic of these feelings affect the tourism travel to inside Europe? So European market might not, it's an important market, but altogether I think many things are not very positive at this moment.
Evropská
The European Association of the different member states want to maintain Europe as the main producer of tourist activities. Thank you. I would like to talk for longer, but I will not be allowed to. Our next distinguished speaker is Mr. Jaromír Polášek. Good afternoon to all of you. I will pick up on what you've said. I can't control myself. You might have read the book The Black Swan. COVID-19, the war in Ukraine are the classic black swans. Unexpected events that can affect you anytime. Anything can affect us in future. We have to be resilient, and we have to understand that the world will not be too nice to us. And another book by Hans Rosling that should be compulsory reading, perhaps for secondary schools. Factfulness. It also covers these topics nicely, including COVID. Now, going back to my topic for today. I am going to talk about destination management, and we will be discussing it in the coming years. It will be quite a significant topic. As regards destination management in our country, what we have heard so far has been rather optimistic. Look at destination management and hotel management. My colleague here took out a chart full of figures. For destinations, we have minimum figures. And practically all what we have been doing in tourism so far has been based on our feelings, sensations. There is a server administered by Czech Tourism, which contains tourism-related data. That's one of the great benefits of COVID. Before COVID, nobody calculated anything. Marketing was based purely on people's sensations and emotions. However, for destination management, you really do badly need figures. And this is linked to the following problems. We often talk about too many tourists, over-tourism. How many more than we would like are there? We don't know, because we cannot calculate this. We do not have sufficient hard data for this country. Prague has been mentioned several times. I would mention Český Krumlov, because I'm from South Bohemia myself. Český Krumlov used to be mentioned a lot in the media as a classic example of over-tourism. Over-tourism, that is a number of visitors that is far beyond the limit, was limited to certain times and places. Sunday afternoons meant Český Krumlov was almost empty, and Český Krumlov is almost empty all the time now, because there are so few tourists, and some incoming groups have not returned. But do we really want all markets back? Asian visitors were typical one-day visitors. They spent one night in Prague, perhaps one night in České Budějovice on their way to Český Krumlov, and then they continued to Salzburg. It's all about destination management and destination marketing. I will just briefly mention the condition, status of Czech tourism. I am a great supporter of destination management. I believe we should move from marketing to management. It is more difficult, but has more impacts and more positive results in a given territory. Now, a couple of examples from southern Bohemia. I spent 6 years working at the Czech Tourism Bureau, so I can give you a couple of examples. What is the situation now? I do not know how often you discuss this, but it's important to know what the government policy is. It's a political issue. We can disagree with it, but that's about all. And the only thing we have for the coming 4 years is the political statement of the government, which mentions tourism. There are just
4 bullet points, and when I asked about it, do you know what they told me? They had a limit on the number of characters, a maximum of 1,000 characters. So a limitation on the number of characters will define what this country will be doing in tourism in the next 4 years. I do not know if you can find sustainable tourism there. Simply, it's just a couple of projects that are important for this country and for this government. It would be great if at least some of these things could be covered. However, there are many things that are missing, such as sustainable tourism. On the other hand, in terms of sustainable tourism, we need to know one more thing. What is our potential and how we use it? The majority of over-tourism is about you have certain potential and you use it too much, doing harm to the thing. Here we say we will make use of the great potential of tourism. But are there any figures? We have figures for 2011, when part of this effort was covered by the city of Brno. However, 2-3 years ago, we asked for an update of the potential of the Czech Republic in tourism. Until now, we haven't had anybody who would focus on this. We have discussed the economic situation, tourism in terms of personal consumption is a luxury thing, a luxury service, the first thing you will cancel if required. This is obviously linked to the overall development of the economy and of the country. Currently, the public debt is increasing. There are limitations on many things, including investments in tourism. We have been discussing whether tourism is getting back to the levels of 2019, and whether we call it pre-COVID or not, we can tell it's not so. The Czech Statistical Office publishes its figure. In some places, the increase has been up to 360%. Still, we are at roughly half of 2019. It's not just linked to COVID and other events. There is also one more underlying factor that is not discussed so much, and that is the abolition of registration of income or reporting of income. You can disagree with it, but it provided us at the South Bohemian Tourism Bureau quite precise figures on the developments in the hospitality industry, including restaurants. And I would be able to tell what every event meant roughly in terms of retail sales. Large networks and large chains have automatic systems. However, the Czech tourist network is very much dependent on small and medium-sized enterprises, small bed and breakfast facilities, small restaurants. And these are things that will then affect the total figures. However, the total figures is what we use when we are trying to manage tourism. I do not have precise figures. The figures I have might be irrelevant or imprecise because the obligatory income reporting was abolished. Destination management, what does it mean? I offer the visitor the best possible experience that the given destination can offer. I offer this experience, but there is a lot of hard work behind it. I have to connect the different services available. I have to put together the partners that will deliver this. I have to provide transport services, perhaps. Our topic today is sustainable tourism. Do you know how many heritage sites are inaccessible by public transport? Only in South Bohemia, so many heritage sites. Červená Lhota, a famous chateau, 2 buses per day, 2.5 hours from České Budějovice, although it's not far from there. And to get from Prague to Červená Lhota by public transport will take 4.5 hours. So this is one of the examples, and this is work for destination management. Communication, coordination, and cooperation are the key underlining factors. The
Individual entities have to be interconnected, you have to talk to them, and you have to establish cooperation projects. This is what it is all about interconnecting, interrelating. It would be useful to have legislation that would define who is responsible for what. In this country, we have 3 mentions in legislation. The Competence Act, which says that the ministry is responsible for the strategy at the national level, and also a reference to what the municipalities do. The municipalities are responsible for local management of tourism, but there is nothing about the overall system. So I'm very glad that this has been included in the policy statement, the draft legislation on tourism. It should be focusing on managing and financing tourism so that we can put more stability in it and not plan from year to year based on the available budget. We should take inspiration from Austria. If you look at Austria, 2022, they have a better summer season than in 2019. Czechs are the target group number 3, and there is a lot of effort by Austrians to invite Czechs to come. The other way around, it is not working so well. Czech tourism at the national level has 20% of its budget compared to 2016 or 2017, which is the cost of one campaign for Upper Österreich for the German market. We have to look at this. The businesses should know who to communicate with, and we should prepare marketing materials so that they really help. Over-tourism is actually a failure of destination management. If you look at Prague, since we are in Prague, if there are too many people, this is because somebody attracted them to that one spot or to that one little street. If you remember the campaigns, you can sleep at home, that just increase the consumption of booze, of alcohol. This is what we offered. Barcelona has over-tourism, we know that, but even Barcelona provided support to cheap flights for one-day trips or Euro weekends. So there was some sort of policy that led to over-tourism. So if you do not make mistakes in over-tourism, you will be able to use the potential much better. I have heard this somewhere. I do not know where. I cannot find it. I do not know if it was in the bottom right corner. I'm making a reference to a famous scandal in this country. I do not know if it was the World Organization or a European. The argument was that we are losing 2/3 of our potential. If you are able to find this paragraph somewhere, please send it to me. I promise a reward. I know it was somewhere, this 2/3 versus 1/3. If we do destination management well, we will not place too much burden on destinations. You can collaborate with residents and smaller entrepreneurs, but you have to be able to work with it in a strategic manner. Who of you have read the strategy for the development of tourism between 2021 and 2030?
Okay, let's see. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is an absolutely essential basic document which will influence the development of tourism for the next 10 years. I think we should read it, but the problem is that nobody reads it, so that's why we can't actually take the recommendations and use them for our strategies, because sustainability is not only about the environment, the natural environment, it is also about economic, social and cultural sustainability. Very often I hear people talking about sustainability just and only in relationship to to nature. But look, even in national parks and everywhere, there are people who want to live there. They want to live there. They want to make sure that they can live in a national park, in a protected area, and make their living at the same time. And then one more thing that we might have heard here is the crisis management. The crisis management in tourism, we don't know it here in Czech Republic. This should be a separate subject that we should learn. What can we do if something fails? I can't imagine, look, a colleague from the hotel, just in case there's a fire. Look, I can't imagine somebody from the hotel who would not know how many rooms are occupied in this hotel in a case of a fire. You know, but when all this happened, nobody knew how many hotels are there in the Czech Republic and what categories are which hotels, how many. We did not know anything about categories, numbers. They didn't know what has to close down, what should not close down, because we had this non-economic activity, but the industry has to continue, and we said only leisure-related activities should close down. But look, it has to do with the economy as well, and we have to perceive it like that. And we need a properly working crisis management, because just remember what happened with the great fires in Czech Switzerland. This is a natural protected area in Bohemia. So when the fire broke out, nobody knew what has to be done. So we have to have a proper crisis management so that when anything happens, we all know what is the step number 1, 2, and 3. Destination marketing. It is not only about the destination. Product, and product. This is the essential mantra that we still have not learned. And I would be very grateful and very happy if some of you or some among you learn how to understand this topic. We still can't switch to something that is already being used by the private sector. We have seen it already. There are many events that take place, and some of them are have not been renovated or updated, and this is the problem. It is a problem because if we think that something worked 15 years ago, that it has to work for forever. I don't know if you might not remember, but at the end of 90s, people thought that they don't need any website. They thought that if their number is in a telephone book and people know them, then it's enough. But it's not enough because we have new technologies. There's a wholly new world of communication on social media, social networks. But some destinations still have not learned. There are so many destinations which have no website. Then some Instagram or Facebook profiles with 38 likes, which think that that's enough and nothing else has to be done. But what really worked well in South Bohemia in 2015, we actually started a proper management system in the sector of tourism, and thanks to God, we have set up categories in destination management in tourism, so everybody knows which agency is responsible for what on which level, if regional or local or others. 2019 we had already the first strategy from our central agency, and that is also interesting. In the framework of the organization, sometimes it was very, very difficult to change the mentality of our people. You know, they were still putting plastic bottles with water on the table when we had a seminar or conference, until they learned that we can drink tap water. You know, just think about it. Why should we drink water from a plastic bottle if we can drink proper tap water? So we just have to change the way of thinking. Now we have the new concept and strategy until 2030, which includes also the support of infrastructure. So we have projects which amount to 11 billion, and if we manage to do everything what we want to do, then we can be a proper competitor also to Upper Austria. So crisis management is very important as well, and the interrelationships and interconnections with everything, and then data analysis. Without data, you can't do any management. Who does not measure can't manage. This is something that is applicable for all sectors and everywhere. So we need more data. Thank you very much for your attention.
Děkujeme kolegovi Poláškovi.
Thank you very much to Mr. Polášek. Everything what he talks about is based on practical experience. He has also participated or is participating on the new proposal for new legislative measures for tourism. So he is the one who really has direct influence on what's going to influence the touristic sector for the next few years. Any questions? Okay. As regards accessibility, because I think that we should also think more about the accessibility, and we have data here. We know that the population is aging, so we will have new demands from the society. Because your colleague was saying that he suddenly was in a situation when he had absolutely no choice. I simply think that all of this that is happening gives us a new opportunity to rethink the whole sector, because we had really a top season this year. This year we have never had such a good season before. So do you think about it as well? Do you think about it as an option, as a possibility of rethinking the whole sector? Yeah. This new concept started in 2016. We were also closely cooperating with the region. We were also deepening marketing measures, because I think that accessibility has nothing to do just with people with disability. It is also about mothers with baby carriages, and we have a website where you can find all the information about accessibility, so all information needed for people with limited mobility. And we have monitored the whole sector, because some of my colleagues were really focusing on this topic. And during the travel conference, it was also one of the main topics that we were discussing. And we also have a very good website. I could not finish the website, but I think that my colleague has added also this information to this website. So we are trying to do our best in order to make all these attractions accessible. So yes, it is definitely one of the topics that we are working on, and we cooperate with all departments on the region level. Also the Palace of Hluboká, they also have barrier-free access everywhere. So we were trying to resolve all problems related to accessibility. But as you talked about it, I would go back to what Nora was saying at the beginning with the elevators and lifts. It is not about the people who construct and build. It is about the client, about the one who gives the contract. And if I go back to Prague, the question is, does Prague want more conferences or not? Because if yes, how is it possible that we have buses bringing the tourists to their accommodation, and these buses can get stuck in the traffic jam? Maybe I would like to add one more thing, because many times it is also another question. It is also about the protection of cultural heritage, because sometimes, it is about protecting the buildings, so sometimes you just can't do anything even if you want it without a permit. So sometimes you want to make things more accessible, but sometimes you simply can't because you don't get any construction permit. Thank you very much. Yes, I do agree. You're right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Polášek. I think it was very interesting what he was saying. And now we go back to accessibility. And there's the last presentation of Jakub Grešl, which is awaiting us. And before we give the floor to Mr. Jakub Grešl, let me talk about one more experience of mine as regards accessibility. I was also working for the city of Prague, for the town hall of Prague, and the Department of Culture. I was responsible for the so-called Prague Days in the world. So we were organizing these Prague Days in different parts of the world. We were always inviting different artists and famous personalities from Prague. And I remember that three times I invited the group Tap Tap. It is an artistic group which is called Tap Tap. The participants or the members are musicians and other artists with a certain disability, and it is a group led by Šimon Hornes. And I remember then once we went to Madrid, and I'm not going to describe you the journey that we had to go through. We had 3 electrical wheelchairs and 2 mechanical wheelchairs. Already the journey on plane was very, very difficult. I mean, despite all complications, we managed to come to Madrid. And based on the experiences we had in Madrid, one of the members of this Tap Tap group decided that he will go to the sports football stadium of Real Madrid. And he decided himself. So he went out from the hotel. I mean, the hotel was really great. They had ramps everywhere. So he got on a bus, and on this bus he came to this football stadium. Then he got to the main entrance. He actually wanted to enter, and he said, "Look, this is the first and probably the last time that I'm in Madrid, and I would really love to see your stadium." And he actually thought that he will be let in. But what happened next? This administrator of this Real Madrid stadium, he opened the door, and this guy on a wheelchair was allowed to see the whole venue. You know, everything was actually prepared, barrier-free, prepared for everybody. So he had this opportunity to not to only see the stadium of Real Madrid, but he could actually see the whole venue because it was so well adapted to all people with disabilities. And I'm really not sure that our sports stadiums would be as well adapted as the one in Madrid.
Good afternoon. I will start from a different end. We have been talking about different figures. I will finish in another manner. I have come with my project, Nothing is Impossible. It's based on my own travels and my own motivation. My name is Jakub Grešl. I'm 32, and for 15 years I have been an active traveler. People tend to mention how many destinations they have visited, and I always say I first traveled here and also in other 38 countries of this beautiful planet. I talk a lot at schools, and I always say you first have to know your home country and then travel to the world. You have to get to know your own country first. In 15 years I have traveled to 38 countries, and each of these country has given me a lot. The idea and message of my project is, if you want something, go for it.
Even with a disability, you can overcome obstacles. I was never supposed to talk and sit and speak, and thanks to Vojta's rehabilitation method, I have overcome this, and now I can share this with humility and with all my heart with other people. I would like to talk about one travel I have made, although officially I am allowed 1 kilometer per day. It was a 21-day travel along the west coast of the US, 140 kilometers on foot, almost 8,000 kilometers in a minivan. It really hurt, but I really appreciated it. If you have someone around you who has a disability, try to approach them as a healthy person, because this will help the people very much. The people are able to ask for help if they need it. The more you live as any other person, the better. And this is what I'm trying to do myself. This is our journey, a map that shows what we saw. And now my personal story, which led to the motto of my talk, nothing is impossible. The US come to the national parks, take a couple of pictures from their car or something that is 10 to 20 meters away from the car, and we walked 8 kilometers up and 8 kilometers down, which is quite a lot for my legs, but really do enjoy the things in full, because when you think you cannot go any further, you will see something that the US visitors will never be able to see. There were tears under my sunglasses, showing that it was really worth it. Whether you are a student or someone building something, go for it. I thought I would never be able to do this before. And a couple of other pictures, not in alphabetical order, just a couple of examples from the countries I have visited. This is from Thailand, when the Thai king died, who had been ruling for a long time. And when he died, there was a wave of solidarity comparable to what happened here after the death of the famous singer Karel Gott. The people were full of humility and warmth. What is the lady doing in the picture? She is touching her head with a lotus flower before entering a Buddhist temple. And not to forget our own country. This is Holashovice, for 30 years a UNESCO heritage site. This is important to support these at a regional level, at the national level. And also the Spa town triangle will be placed on the UNESCO site, Karlovy Vary, Mariánské Lázně and Františkovy Lázně. This is from Albania. Albania is quite poor country, and whether it's Albania or Montenegro, I always tell young people, go to countries that are not so rich in terms of wealth, because the local people have huge warm hearts. This is from Skadar in Albania, where they perhaps repair only one street around the mosque, and then save money for the other repairs later on. This is from Montenegro. Montenegro was established in 2006 as an independent country. I visited it in 2013. You can still see the influence of the Western investors, but there are still places that are authentic. This is from Andorra. Also, another example of a small country. Small countries such as Liechtenstein or Andorra keep neutral, and this is very positive for their economy and for their independence. This is another example not very many people are aware of. If you go to Crete, You will tell it's Greece from the flag. There's a little village called Georgiopolis. Most people visit the top 10 or top 15 monuments. Go to the small places that people have never heard of. That's much better. This is from Brugge in Belgium. Also wonderful in terms of tourism. You feel you are in the 15th or 16th century. I learned, when my legs permit, to take pictures from the earth, from the water, and with a different light. And it always gives it a completely different feeling. This is Copenhagen in Denmark, homage to the mermaid. You can also find inspiration in books, in literature, and anything that will help to support tourism is of value. Egypt is the country of pharaohs, of the river Nile. I was always afraid to travel to Muslim countries, also influenced by what was shown on the TV. However, I think, it's my personal opinion, that every religion, whether it's Christianity, Buddhism or Islam, has its good basis, and the negative things are something else. This is from Switzerland, with the highest railway in Europe. You can go to 3,700 meters, and I also thought I would never be able to do this. Still, it was worth it. And another example of sustainability of transport. This is from Tunisia, the Berber villages. Most people from our country will go to a hotel near the beach. I do it the other way. I always try to find something that represents the local culture. And these Berberian villages show you that the people live very modestly and still are happy. And even though you might think that there's nothing but the beach, it is not so. You just have to look for it. This is from Cappadocia in Turkey. Buildings from stone, and they planned flights with a balloon flying over it. So that's another potential for developing tourism there. If you want, you can do anything in any place of the world. This is from France. It's the Canyon de Verdon, the little Grand Canyon. It's much nicer than the original Grand Canyon because you can take better pictures of it. Grand Canyon is formidable in size, 1,800 meters of depth, from 60 to 30 kilometers of width, but it's not so suitable for me as a photographer. These are the Litvice lakes where Winnetou films were shot. Also, you can make use of it for tourism. This is from Scotland. And whoever I talked to in any culture, I started traveling as a very young person. It enriched me very much. And traveling has opened my eyes. I will not name, but I was somewhere with a simple carpenter who helped me so much. And then I went with someone who had a good position in Czech politics, of whom I thought he was a decent person, but he treated his wife nicely, and I was involved in an economic debate with him. And then I understood that what is shown on the TV is perhaps not the same thing you experience firsthand. This is from Iceland, where the American and the European tectonic plates meet. So this is where they use it for tourism. One of your feet is in Europe and the other one is in the US. And it's again a good motivation for tourism. When Eyjafjallajökull, the volcano erupted, it stopped air transport. So you need to take these things into consideration as well. Luxembourg, clear connection to the Czech history, because John of Luxembourg was Czech king in the 14th century. Another example of a small country with advanced banking system, high GDP per capita. This is a picture from Italy. In Italy, you can make a division between the rich north and the poor south. But the islands are very interesting, perhaps even more interesting than mainland. Or Malta, which is part of Commonwealth, and still people spoke Italian there until the 1960s. The island has no wilderness, it's quite dry, but they are offering language courses in English. So there are people coming there for holidays, and it's of great benefit for the economy. You will recognize Budapest. This is the parliament in Hungary, the most photographed building of the former Easter Bloc. So another good potential for tourism. Madeira Island, which is linked to Austro-Hungarian Empire. Charles IV is buried there, and Cristiano Ronaldo made it famous recently. And so some people might come there because of that. Monaco, a place where no taxes are paid, and several Czech important figures have their seat there. I have never liked the snobbish stuff, the posh stuff, but it's nice to see it once in your life. Also a positive thing. This is Rhineland-Westphalia. Tell me how many people will say, I go for holiday to Germany. However, the Mosel River is extremely interesting. You just have to look for it. I liked the approach of the Germans after COVID. For holiday, they offered cheap train tickets to students to travel all over Germany. That's another positive trend. The Giende Lake, which I walked around on foot. So again, do what you want and do it spontaneously. It will also always give you something. Giende Lake and the surrounding national park. You can visit the two lakes if you want.
Polish castle of Książ. This is the Polish Versailles. And probably also thanks to that, there are so many tourists visiting it. The Alps. I think that Wien or Austria itself is very close to us, but Alpine countries will be always attractive. Can you recognize it? Do you know where is it? No, it's not in Czech Republic. This is Děvín in Slovakia from the other side. I also remember that always people were talking about these sites as sites that we have lost after the separation of Czechoslovakia. Puntar in Slovenia. I really do recommend it to you. Josef Plečnik, a very famous architect for many buildings in Ljubljana. And this is one of the places where you should not actually go on your own, but 19 kilometers, very nice. Granada, Spain. I thought that Spanish people were lazy people sleeping siesta, but now I already understand that in some regions of Spain there is a huge potential, and I know that Catalonia wanted separation from Spain, and they could have done without Spain, but Spain doesn't want to let them. Sweden. Sweden, the Kingdom of Sweden shows its richness as well. So all these countries have enriched me in a way. And this was one of the last pictures from Ireland. We walked on this giant's pavement, that's how it's called. This is one of the top heritage sites. And you probably know the Moher site. But the millions of tourists come here every year. Here on the Giant's Pavement, you can't find so many tourists every year. So I think, and I always say it, don't forget your dreams. I always try to take pictures also with other people so that I can remember. When the United States were attacked, since then actually it was pretty difficult to get to pilot's cockpit to take a picture, but here I decided that I will make it, and it took me 2.5 hours of pleading, and then after that I was actually allowed to get to the cockpit to take a picture with the pilots. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to Jakub Greschl. I think that his presentation was very, very interesting, and we could have visited with him very interesting sites from the whole world. And I would now ask you if you have any questions. Our colleague Życiar had to leave, unfortunately, but Mr. Polaszek is here. So if you can think of any question that you would like to ask, you have now the possibility. Are there any questions? No questions? Okay, I hope that this afternoon block was also enriching for you. And at the end, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Sirotkova if she could close up this conference. Thank you very much. I was not the main organizer of this conference. I was only co-organizing this conference. I would like to give thanks to all people who have helped me. Mr. Docent Bosta is here. He, together with Mr. Abraham and together with Mr. Janak, were the ones who were working very intensely on the organization of this common project, together with, of course, our partners from Norway. And now, at the end, I don't want to take up more of your time. I would like to thank to all of you who have come, who have listened, who have participated. I would like to give thanks also to our interpreters. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for holding that long. I think that we can give them an applause. Thank you very much. Because these are the people whom you can't usually see, but without them we couldn't actually organize any international conference at all. And I would like to give thanks also to our colleagues from Norway, because it was a great privilege for us to welcome you here in Czech Republic. Thank you very much for your contributions, for your presentations, and we are looking forward to further cooperation, because even though this conference is something like the summit of this whole project, there is still a lot of in front of us, the evaluation and of course further work on the update and innovation of our programs. We will write an article together as well. And here at the Metropolitan University Prague believe that this is not the end of our cooperation, because we see a huge potential in further cooperation. So there are many synergies which have to be used. Thank you very much to all the presenters, all the speakers. And we really do believe that this was actually one of the canine assistants whom you've heard. To those of you who have come later, probably don't know it, we also train canine assistants, so that's why you can see my colleagues here as well with the dogs. And sometimes the dogs also talk when they are not, when they don't agree with something, usually. So we're looking forward to further cooperation. And in case you had any further questions, you can always approach us. You can contact us, and we will try to do our best to give you an adequate answer. Unfortunately, the representative of Embassy of Norway is not here either, but we will make sure that our thanks go also to the Embassy of Norway. And this is the official end of our conference. Thank you very much.